is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Paint away day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Oh, 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 oh. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? people? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Let's go, Cormac! Oh! Do you need? Let's go! Let's go, Scotland! Dude, I had a roommate from Scotland. He's one of the first guys who taught me how to play guitar. He was crazy. He was actually really cool. Oh shit. So when I was 21, he taught me a lot about playing guitar. Dude, his name was Steve. And he was like living in America. And we had this house in Redondo Beach. He was living in America. And he was like, he didn't have a green card or anything. He was here illegally. And he had a construction job, right? And the owner of the construction company would sometimes just pay him in drugs. And so we paid his rent in exchange for him, like, providing the party. It was quite the arrangement. Oh, shit, dude. He had a friend named Blaine who was from London, and they were pretty cool guys, man. Those were good times. Dude. My pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Jersey, let's go. Here we go. Got a big chorus coming in. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, let's go. I just want to change the world. Yeah, no, it was pretty wild. He got paid like half drugs, half cash. So we had to figure out an arrangement. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Here we go. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Let's go. Dude, how we doing, guys? Sunday night. Yeah. No. Hey. Whoa. I can't pretend. No. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Come on, baby. Let's go. Dude, what a crazy day. Just a fucked up crazy day. Oh, oh, oh. What a fucked up crazy day. Dude. Wow. Dude, what a fucking bizarre day. So first off, Jenny and I went and saw the movie Hamnet, and like, holy shit, did that movie just wrecked me. Like, dude, I can't even tell you, that movie just absolutely wrecked me. What a beautiful piece of cinema. Just wow. It was good. I was very moved by it. It's pretty crazy too, because the way it gets at the end, I don't know, the way they did it, it like should have been a really cheesy ending, but somehow they managed to pull it off. Really good. Highly recommend. Shakespeare had some trauma. Yeah, I mean, we all do. We all do. Oh shit. It's interesting though, because like one of the things that like I know a woman from, you know, when Bryce was younger. Like I used to be somewhat close to her, right? Like as far as like friends with, you know, school friends, school parents, friends are, but she lost her son, and dude, it's just a wreckage when parents lose their kids, right? The movie was Hamnet, the one about Shakespeare's son, right? That shit is crazy. Fucking, it's just so good though. It's like, I don't know. I'm oddly enough, I'm becoming like fascinated by, you know, I'm becoming fascinated recently by like the 1600s. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's because of our current climate, right? Like because of our current climate, where we now have these evangelical Christians in America, you know, like sort of like strolling in and calling people demons, and they're ascribing everything they don't like in the world to demonic forces and Satan and all that. I literally feel like we are at a revival of like the 1600s. You know what I mean? Like the early 1600s was when America was first settled by these people, okay? By these, you know, Puritans and shit, these Calvinists that came over from England. But it was like a time of like, I don't know, renewal and you know, a birth of this new nation. And what's crazy about it is I feel like we're in another renewal now. We're in renewal of the America after having a black president become president of the slave nation, you know? And so we are in this epic new like rebirth of America. And I really feel like the religious freak out that's happening now is similar to, in some way, shape, or form, is similar to fucking, you know, what was going on in the 1600s. And so I kind of want to delve in and I don't know, I'm going to do some research on that time. I know it's an unfortunate phrase, Nick, isn't it? I mean, it is, because, you know, how that phrase got used by that fucking film, right? It is an unfortunate phrase. And like, dude, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. We've definitely got to fight. We've definitely got to fight this sort of religious renewal. And it's weird. I saw, obviously, with the shit going on, right? We had, like, look at what's happened in the last fucking 24 hours.
We had that school shooting in Brown University, which I already see online because one of the victims was a Republican, like a woman involved with the Young Republicans. Like already the right wingers are like trying to make this like a left wing violence, even though the other person I believe who died at Brown was a like gun control advocate or something. But you know what I'm saying? They're already, the Republicans are like, oh, this is leftist violence, right? Then you have the tragic shooting at Bondi Beach in Australia, and they're going twofold with it. One way the right wing is going at it is about the Muslims. They're like, you know, this rampant Islamophobia, even though the guy who literally tackled that gunman and took his gun was a Muslim, but they don't mention the Muslim who like took bullets to save people. They only mention the fucking right, because you know how they roll. But then also they're going on and on about like gun control, right? Which is like, dude, Australia has hardly any mass shootings, but they're like, oh, they had one, so therefore you can't have any gun laws. You know what I'm saying? Is it pronounced Bondi? Okay, thank you. Bondi Beach, not Bondi. But it's just crazy how they're fucking Bondi. Thank you. It's crazy how they are like, how they're just like rabid, right? And already, even with Rob Reiner's son, they're attacking like drug addicts, of course. And they're, you know, some people are saying he's trans. Like, dude, it's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? When the tragedy of Rob Reiner's kid, if he committed that murder, is like, you know, I would be guessing it's more like schizophrenia, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we'll find out. But when you have a child that's grappling with addiction, that commits a really brutal, like close murder like that with like a knife, that's usually like a schizophrenia type thing, a deep mental illness. But what's crazy about it is how we don't have any mental health care in America, like none. We have like less than none, you know what I'm saying? So we'll see. I you know, these things are never going to make sense, but like, bro, that's like brutal. It's just brutal shit. You know what I mean? What a brutal weekend, you know? Yeah. The stabbing is really like that kind of shit is just really, it is a really personal, like if you've studied killing, right? Or serial killers, anything like that. I've kind of minorly been obsessed with serial killings since I was a kid, since we moved to LA and like the Hillside Stranglers were happening, and like a girl, like a 17-year-old girl got taken by the Hillside Stranglers, like, I don't know, 10 blocks from where we lived or a half mile from where we lived. It was crazy. And so like I saw the fear of serial killers with my older sister, who at the time was like late middle school when that happened. And so my parents were like freaked out, and all of LA was freaked out by those killings. So I became a little bit obsessed with serial killers, and I studied that shit. Obviously, you know, having what I believe to be a sociopath for a father, there was, you know, I felt like I dealt with some sociopathy at home. And when you look at that, the knife murders, there's a type of, it's a particular kind of like personality and a particular kind of, you know, usually it's a real personal, intimate. Yeah, it's fucked up. It is like something that either somebody who is deeply sociopathic or who is like deeply mentally ill, right? A deep mental illness. And now let me just tell you, okay? I have a half brother who is schizophrenic. He wasn't diagnosed until he was in his mid 30s. And there's something about schizophrenia and knives too. My half brother, right? And again, I don't want to be jumping the gun because I don't know if Reiner's son was grappling with anything like this, but I know that it's not a drug addiction thing. You don't get high on drugs and just start stabbing people. Really, I mean, that's pretty, like, maybe if you're smoking some PCP or some shit, but there is, the first thing I thought of was like schizophrenia, undiagnosed schizophrenia. And it's really hard. Like I said, my half brother, he got put on medication. Okay. And then he stopped taking his medication. And when my half brother stopped taking his medication, like, my mom used to call me, and he was just behaved in such crazy ways. Like, she found knives under his pillow, and he was telling her once, he told her he was an FBI agent and all kinds of crazy shit, and that people were writing shit on his car, and that's why he had the knives under his pillow. Like, I mean, like, she went and got him back on that medication because, like, that could have happened to my mom, right? He could have, like, murdered my mom, You know what I mean? But see, the thing that's really hard about this, guys, here's what's hard about this is with this weekend of brutality, again, I feel like the right wingers in America are approaching all of this from a straight political standpoint of, like, Satan has deranged these drug addicts. We need harsher drug penalties. We need, like, Bible in schools. Like, oh my God, they killed a Republican. It's a left-wing violence. Oh, the Muslims, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everything, they just want to, like, ride the roller coaster 100 miles an hour down the hill to biblical theocracy. Even though, guys, all this shit was happening 100 years ago and then some, when the Bible was shoved up everyone's ass, okay? And the Bible has nothing to do with this shit. We still need gun laws. We need mental health care. We need to turn the temperature down on racism and Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and fucking transphobia. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to turn the dial down on all of this fucking objective hatred, man. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, these tragedies are always going to happen, Dude, anybody who supports Trump is a lunatic. You are not wrong, right? But it's hard, though, because we have, like, people that are trying to fast track us to a theocracy, right? Dude, it's crazy. But yeah, can I just tell you, like, guys, see, the Rob Reiner thing sort of hit me more than I would expect it to. And not even because of the way he died, but because, like, Rob Reiner, okay, can I just tell you, Rob Reiner, without him even knowing it, kind of shaped my politics for my entire life, guys. Okay? I shit you not. And let me just take you on a little journey here. Okay? A little Rob Reiner journey. And it really comes down, I found a picture, comes down to this. Okay? This image right here. So I was a TV kid. I got to stay up late if I watched TV with my parents. And so I liked staying up late. Obviously, as you know, I'm a night person. So I watched a lot of TV. And unbeknownst to me, my early politics were formed when I was like 6 years old. Okay, my activism, my speaking up was formed watching fucking Rob Reiner. Because my mom was obsessed with the show All in the Family. My mom and dad watched this show. And I watched it, and Archie Bunker was a terrible fucking human being, okay? He was racist. He was misogynist. He treated his wife like shit. He treated his wife like she was an airhead, like she didn't know anything. And even though he was often the dumb one, he was cruel, okay? And in the show was Rob Reiner, okay? His daughter, Gloria, played by Sally Struthers, he was her boyfriend. And he was like a hippie, okay? He was like a counterculture guy, all right? Yeah, Edith was great. She was so fucking feeling, but she was terribly codependent. And a lot of this show reminded me of my family, right? But the thing about it is, though, is Archie Bunker, they portrayed him as this lovable guy with a heart, but he was just not a good dude. You know what I'm saying? And Rob Reiner's character, he called him Meathead, okay? And Rob Reiner's character, like, fought with him. Like, he wouldn't stay quiet, okay? He would watch Archie's behavior, and he would always challenge him. And he would go to the wall with him, and he was like a total leftist, okay? He was an absolute leftist who didn't believe in the Vietnam War, and he didn't believe in capitalism, and he didn't believe in the fucking racism and all this shit. And he was constantly like going at Archie Bunker like it was, right? He would not be quiet, okay? He would not sit silently, and he always challenged his beliefs over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? And so what's crazy about this is because I was a young person, like watching that show, I was really taken by this guy. Okay. And it was also during, you know, we're talking Jimmy Carter. Okay. Jimmy Carter showed up at the end of this. All in the Family was on before Jimmy Carter, but it was a show that was on right after Watergate. And it was, you know, the Gerald Ford taking over after Nixon resigns, and then Carter wins. And Carter was very much like a Rob Reiner person, but he flamed out. Like, he got into battles with Congress, and even though there was a full Democratic Congress, it was a little complicated. It was still, the Democratic Party was still finding its feet, you know, post the 1964. I mean, it was 12 years after the Civil Rights Act, but it was still, you know what I'm saying? Dude, it's crazy to think back. You know what I'm saying? Right? It was crazy to think back how much of my early worldview was formed by characters like this. And you know, there was a modern version too, guys. Okay? Can I show you? There was a modern version. They did this to not quite as powerful degree, but it was in the Wonder Years. Okay? I don't know if you remember this, but it was this. Do you remember the Wonder Years? You remember this scene? Okay, in the Wonder Years, his daughter dates this guy, and it was during the Vietnam War, and they had this dinner scene where this guy stood up and was like, let me just tell you, if you keep up that mentality about the war, they're going to take your kids. You see your sons right there? They're going to take your sons next. And he fucking tells them off. Right? Powerful, powerful stuff. Okay? This table scene right here was like, man, it was a reminder of this, that, you know, this was when I was in college when this show was on, and I dated a girl from Orange County, a girl from like Newport or some shit named Wendy, and she was addicted to the Wonder Years. And that scene, right, was very Rob Reiner-esque. It was very much, it was only one scene. It wasn't like a whole character arc, but it was a very powerful sort of play on that, the young activism of the 60s. And it's a reminder, guys, that there were young people, okay, that ended segregation, okay? The segregation was ended by fucking college kids. You know what I mean? It really was. It was like young people that went and sat at the lunch counters with black people when they first started making moves to break fucking, you know, the chains of segregation and that fought, you know, against the Vietnam War, like a lot of powerful shit. And yeah, they died. Many of them died doing it, and they put their lives on the line. And like, I don't know, man, with Rob's passing, I want to remember this and think about this as we continue fighting Trump and Erica Kirk and TPUSA and all these fuckers that want to shove Bibles in everything and take us back to some religious theocracy. How we're not going to do it. Okay. We're not going back, you know, to quote Kamala Harris. We are not going back. You know what I mean? And so like for me, when I think about like the tragedy of Rob Reiner and his murder, I'm not going to dwell on that as much as I'm going to dwell on like the activist spirit and the fight and the good leftist politics I got from his characters, you know, and how like I'd rather, you know, rather than mourn extensively over Rob Reiner, I would rather finish what that guy started in my life. Okay. Because when I was a kid, I grew up around racism, and I saw this character on All in the Family constantly challenging the racist and speaking up and not backing down. And this is worth fighting for. And then I watched this shit play out with like Jimmy Carter and Reagan, and I became my own activist. I found myself speaking out about shit. I found myself becoming a person like that, you know? And I mean, dude, feminism was huge. Feminism was like so important to that movement. There were a lot of women that led the way. And I mean, dude, feminism was like, in a way, I feel like feminism was the thing that the men were, that was like fueling the men. Really, we are Rob Reiner. Let's go, Robin. Let's go. But so, I don't know, man. This to me feels like a springboard, you know? You know what I'm saying? A springboard of like, man, we're gonna fight twice as hard, right? We're gonna fight twice as hard. Why is it only it's not only older white people who go to protest now. That's not the case at all. Okay. I mean, I think protests are certainly not only older white people. I think it's more like older white people are more involved in protesting now. And that's because, you know, the Republicans are trying to take away Medicare, and they're going to leave them fucked, right? Older people used to not protest, but now they're drawn into it. But it certainly is not just older people. That's just a Republican bullshit narrative, okay? It is. It's a bullshit Republican narrative that is you know, they're saying that because they're trying to act like they've won the young people, okay? A lot of the right wing in America right now is just a smoke and mirrors bullshit game that is like trying to sell you something, okay? And they definitely have time to do it, and they vote, but they used to never really protest, you know? And now they are. Now I think they're, you know, they have a lot more skin in the game. But believe me, it's not just older people, you know, not at all. You know, I mean, dude, you see these huge protests during the No Kings. It was not all older people, but there is a right-wing narrative that tries to sell that. And that's because they're trying to convince you that they've won all the youth and there's going to be a Jesus revolution and everybody really wants the Bible shoved up their ass. And so we should just acquiesce and let them do it. But fuck that. You know, fuck that. Dude, I'm telling you right now, fuck Erica Kirk, fuck Turning Point USA. I am not taking a Bible up the ass. And I'm not going to let America's children be forced to take a Bible up the ass. Like, ain't going to happen, boss. It ain't going to happen. You know, it's just not an option. We're not going there, dude. We already did the Bible up the ass, and it gave us slavery and segregation and 100 years of Jim Crow and domestic violence on women and open grapes. And you know what I'm saying? Graping, like husbands graping their wives regularly and women just being like, buried in the house, addicted to diet pills in the 50s. Like, we're not fucking going back to that shit. Yeah. Dude, oh my God, the scandals, the sex scandals in the church are ridiculous. But yeah, man, did you guys see this episode? Dude, did you guys see this Wonder Years episode? It's a great one. I'd play it here, but we'd get copy struck. But man, dude, that was incredible, right? Right? Dude, this one, Lewis, right? John Corbett, Lewis. That was, dude, incredible fucking episode, boss. Oh my God. Dude, so good. Dude, America's kids are going through it. They are. They are. Dude, what was going around recently on social media? This scene was... Dude, I see, it's weird. It's weird, guys. I never met Rob. No, I never met Rob Reiner. I never met him. But I was affected by him. Like, it's crazy. Like I can't play it because we'd get copy struck. You met him? Let's go, proud liberal. Yeah, no, I was just deeply affected by his politics, okay, on the show, his character politics. And then he went on to espouse that stuff in real life as well. And a lot of shows were spawned from this. Obviously, the Jeffersons, they changed the character, right? Sherman Hemsley became the George Jefferson, but the Jeffersons was another show. I mean, this is another thing too. Like, I grew up at a time when Black people were making entrance to television shows. And so I grew up like being exposed to them dealing with racism and these issues, is pretty amazing. I mean, I feel like I was really born at a good time to become an activist, but I watched all of them, I watched all of them, dude. That was my thing, right? I found this right here, right? Oh shit. Dude, so crazy. But look at this though. All right? Can I just say we go from my right there. I gave a little memorial to Rob Reiner, but then look at what we got immediately from it, dude. Dude, what the fuck are we doing? Right? Reiner's son stabbed his parents. He's a drug addict, was transitioning to be a woman. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, you see this shit? Like, dude, shit makes me irate. I'm seeing two things from MAGA. Okay, you ready? I know it's not true, but here's what I've been seeing from MAGA since Rob Reiner getting brutally stabbed to death. One is they're saying some crazy shit about his son. Like, I've heard him talking about autism. I've heard them talking about like transitioning. I've heard them just decrying drug addicts. Oh, we need to like murder all the drug addicts. Just crazy shit. That's lane one. And then lane two is them saying something nice about Rob Reiner and saying, see, we're better than you because we didn't do what you did with Charlie Kirk. But first off, I want to say one thing. There's a difference between Rob Reiner and Charlie Kirk, okay? Rob Reiner made very personal stories of entertainment that he put his heart and soul into, telling you a story about himself, about his life, about his views. And then he would go out and wax political outside of that. And he was an activist, but he created art, okay? Real fucking art, timeless art that was authentic, that was filled with emotion. And then he was an activist in his spare time. Charlie Kirk was a paid groomer, somebody who preached a life that he did not live, okay? And then he went out and preached this life in order to convince billionaires he was converting Christians, and then he made millions off of it. He delivered no art, Charlie Kirk did. Zero, zilch, none. Okay. He didn't even deliver honesty because he, was married to a woman who got married in her 30s with multiple degrees. And he's going and telling 18-year-old girls to quit college or get married and crank out kids. If you don't wait till your 30s, it's all over, right? He was lying. He was misrepresenting a life to sell a bullshit narrative to please ultra wealthy people in exchange for money and power. Okay? So that's why Charlie Kirk is like very different than Rob Reiner. They are not even remotely the same because Rob Reiner was not out there really to convert you. He was just out there to fight for what's right. Okay? He wasn't getting paid to convert you. He was making art and he was fucking, like preaching a good message. And so the fact that Republicans are trying to compare these two, it's like, fuck off. Okay? Seriously. It is like, fuck directly off. Like, no shit. Oh, right? Dude, it's like night and day. But yeah, the two lanes are pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying? Pretty fucking crazy how they're trying to be like, oh, they're the same. See, we're saying good things about Rob Reiner. We're so much better than you. Body, bah. Again, I didn't learn politics from Rob Reiner because Rob Reiner told me how to live. I watched characters he create. I watched art he made, and I realized that, like, yeah, man, he's right. Compassion, family, not being afraid of confrontation, speaking up, showing up, participating in the change. Don't just complain, right? And be willing to evolve, Dude, when I'm right, let's go. All right. He was a true artist. All right. But now let me turn my fan on. We're going to look at this. That was my spiel. Yeah, it's interesting because normally I don't really do a lot of like the whole I'm not much of a star worshiper, okay? Like how some people when a star dies they're just really affected by it. I don't really do that. I don't. Normally when a star dies they're just another person. I don't give their death some crazy like thing. And I didn't even follow Rob Reiner in the end of his career, right? But I did have to sort of take a minute there to acknowledge how the guy had a little bit more of an impact than I really realized he had. And I didn't really sit and think about it until I processed, what happened today. Because, dude, it's just so crazy to think about, your son, like a son murdering his parents or, I mean, it's crazy to fucking think about, man. It is just, you know what I mean? It's the unthinkable. And especially, right? Because here was my day. You ready? So Rob Reiner gets brutally murdered. And I'm like, holy fuck, the son murdered his parents. Then I went and watched Hamnet, which is about Shakespeare losing a kid and like having trouble recovering, him and his wife. And I'm like, dude, I'm like on both sides of this thing. We got the kid murdering the parents, the artist writing a play because his kid is taken by the plague. And I'm just sitting here in the middle being like, holy shit. Like my antenna are just like kind of full actually. And like I said, the movie Hamnet wrecked me. I was like forward in my seat, just like tears streaming, dude. I was like making noises, like weeping noises. That movie just wrecked me, bro. Oh, dude, so good. So good, boss. You know what I mean? And dude, we were just talking about River Phoenix the other day. Of course, Stand By Me is a classic movie. We, as a family, we watched Stand By Me not too long ago. I know that we own that. It's in like the Amazon library or whatever. But yeah, dude. Yeah. Dude, we should watch Spinal Tap. We can, babe. I'm down. Right? You know what I mean? Let's go. and Princess Bride? Dude, the son must have been under the influence. I mean, I doubt it. Again, like probably not. You know, I don't think, like, I don't know. I don't necessarily, I mean, as somebody who was a huge drug addict, okay, myself, I was a very big drug addict. I was very good at being a drug addict. You're not really in a murdering mood when you're high on drugs, you know, unless you're smoking some PCP. That might put you in that type of mood, or like a psychotic break, right? Maybe too much acid or PCP, or if you've been doing meth for like several weeks. But I think, dude, it's probably much more a mental health thing that was going on, probably something that was brewing for a long time. Yeah, alcohol is really the one drug that fuels that shit more than anything, right? You're a recovering drug addict. You never had violent tendencies. See, I had rage issues. I definitely had fucking serious rage issues when I got sober, and you know, it led me to meditation and ultimately, you know, EMDR. And still sober. Yeah, I'm 18 and a half years, right? Yeah, it's been good, right? But man, did I have rage issues, and they were only exacerbated when I quit smoking cigarettes. And it was really the quitting cigarettes was where I really discovered the rage issues, and then I started like unpacking them. And oddly enough, it's after my son was born. Can I just tell you, like, something weird happened, and this fueled my recovery. But so right around the time my son was like 4 years old, I started feeling a type of rage when I was around him that had nothing to do with him, but it just got kicked up. I think because of the way my dad was abusive with me when I was that age. So like my feelings of not being able to protect him when he would have problems with the kid at school, or like someone was picking on him, I would be filled with rage. And it gave me an understanding of how my dad like was probably so abusive, because I think he felt the same thing. He felt so powerless over something happening to his kid that he got filled with rage. But instead of him going to therapy and sorting it out, he ended up taking out the rage on me. And I didn't do that to my kid. I just noticed how the rage got kicked up, and then I had to go and do a lot of work to sort of figure it out. And in fact, I've said this before, that one of the parenting tricks I used with my kid, and I don't know if you're a parent and you have young kids, this may help you. But so there's a very powerful force with raising kids, and that is the power of appearing like a good parent to others. Okay, nothing can make you parent better than being in public with your kid where you don't want to be perceived as a bad parent. So what would happen is whenever I would be feeling like edgy or snippy, or like that I may like be mean to him for no reason, I would take him out in public. I would go to a restaurant or a packed coffee shop, and I would literally, you know, go to a coffee shop and get some books and some toys, and I would play with him for hours in that coffee shop because I would be better behaved there. And if I was at home alone and had that feeling, I might snap at him or say something mean, right? Because there was no one there to see it. So I used a lot of public accountability, where whenever I was feeling in a mood where I was feeling short or had a short temper, I would go out in public and I would parent in a space where my self-consciousness would make me override those negative impulses. Isn't that wild? And it really fucking worked. And then after being out in public and interacting with him and seeing him interact with other people who came in who were digging that joy, I could go home, and then my negative feelings would have passed by then. And you know what I'm saying? It really fucking worked well. Spinal Tap 2 just came out on HBO Max. Let's go, black guy. Dude, it was so good. So I'm saying, if you're a parent, if you're a single mom or single dad or whatever, you're watching your kids and you're feeling like you're at your wit's end and you're feeling like you're all fucking like, you know, stressed out, just take them out in public. Take them out in public and force the joy, dude. It works. Dude, it works. Right? Go out there and fucking do some, you know, fake it till you make it, until those negative feelings disappear. Oh, man. Dude, it was so helpful. Right? Al-Anon was the place. Oh, yeah. No, Al-Anon, see, Al-Anon is really great, too. I did a little bit of Al-Anon as well. How long was my withdrawal? So, I mean, for me, alcohol and drugs. So I had I don't know. I had kind of a weird process. Okay. I didn't do benzos. Like I dabbled in, mostly I stayed away from the downers. Right. For me, I was an upper guy. Okay. Oh, yours, 6 years for yours from benzos. Yeah. I stayed away from the opiates and the pills. I dabbled, like I tried heroin and I tried some other stuff, but mostly the people I had to hang out with to like get heroin or to get like those types of narcotics they didn't look like they were coming back. And so I always just dipped toes in that realm because I didn't really want to risk like maybe not being able to come back. And I liked going up. That was my thing. So yeah, so I stayed away. You don't like pills or needles? I liked needles. I just wasn't doing heroin, right? In my needle days, it was the white powders, right? But I highly recommend you stay away from needles. Like you really don't want to go there. If you're a young person and you're dabbling in drugs, just don't do it. Because the minute you do it, you will spend every day after that trying to quit and while risking your life. It's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? I was just wrecked. You know, I was wrecked. I had a lot of trauma that I didn't know I have, you know. But trigger warning. Yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, so my path to sobriety was, I'm going to give you an abbreviated version because we got to get to politics. But I think this is important because I think it relates to the Rob Reiner thing. So I knew I had a problem when I was 18 and I OD'd on alcohol. I was 17, I guess. I was in high school. I OD'd on alcohol as a senior in high school. I went to UCLA fraternity rush. I OD'd again. And I woke up in the UCLA Medical Center and I pulled my IV out and ran out of the hospital and paid off $2,000 worth of bills without my parents finding out. That was 1987. Then I moved to college and became a raging alcoholic in a fraternity. And then I quit college to play rock and roll. I got into meth and then I got into cocaine and the ladies and the rock and roll lifestyle. And I did that for a long time. And I had an extremely codependent mom. And so I fucking had to get away from her. And so I moved to Portland to get away from my mom. And not because I didn't love her, right? I loved her, but she was going to kill me. Her codependence and her tendency to rescue me was going to kill me. I knew that I had to get away from her if I had any chance at getting sober. So I moved to Portland. And I got way out of control here in Portland. And then I quit. Okay. Like I quit 5.5 years. I quit by myself. I mean, I did go into gambling and I did go into, you know, I was gambling, having a lot of sex and, you know, cigarettes and Red Bulls and shit. So it was like caffeine, smoking, gambling, sex. I just transferred all my addictions. And I toured the country as a one-man indie rock band in this crazy workaholic phase, playing music, which was great. And then I had a kid. And when my son was born, I crashed. Okay. The pressure of being a parent, I fucking crashed. I literally, within a couple months of my son being born, I was doing cocaine again and like bad. Okay. And it all came crashing back and it had been 5.5 years, right? Blame your mom. Nobody's blaming the mom. right? I'm just telling you the reality. So my mom had no boundaries and she would continue rescuing me. So I had to get away from her, right? If that triggers you, that's your issue, but it's a very real thing with addiction. You know what I'm saying? So you should probably clean out your ears and fucking like not write your own thing on there, right? Your own thing. When you say that, you have some issue about the way you perceive drug addiction or something, right? It's called being smart about it. Like knowing that, like, if you got to have a certain boundary, because codependency is your death knell if you're an addict. And you look for the codependents. You do. Like addicts look for codependents who clean up their mess, you know? And it's hard, man. But anyway, so after my son was born, I went back to doing drugs again. And then what ultimately happened was my friend Jonah, okay? I worked with a guy named Jonah, and he's not alive anymore. But so I was working at a bar, and I was getting sober again for the second time about, I don't know, I guess my son was like 2. So for like a year, I fucking went way heavy back into cocaine. I was separate from my kid's mom, so I never did it when I was around Bryce. But I was alternating between when Bryce was with his mom, I was binging on cocaine. Then I would fucking stop, and then I would be Bryce's dad when I had him, and then go back to binging. And it got really bad. But then Jonah died. And Jonah was a guy I worked with at this bar I was working at. I was trying to get sober, and Jonah had just finally put his life together. He was a big partier, and he like looked up to me when I was touring the country and when I was sober on my own before I got into AA. He looked up to me so much that he was like, dude, he got so inspired by me that he cleaned up, and he was going to cosmetology school, and he was becoming a hairstylist, and he had quit drinking, which was insane for him. And then he fell asleep at the wheel driving home, and he crashed his car and he died. And I was back to doing drugs. The last time I saw him, I was all fucked up. And he was like, dude, what's going on with you? And I was like, man, I just can't talk about it right now. He could see I was back in the shit. And then he died. And then I watched something happen where his friends, he was very popular in like the local Portland scene. Everybody knew this kid, and all the regulars at the bar I worked at, this bar called the Belmont Inn, were all his like childhood friends. And these guys got really fucked up. Like this one guy brought a gun to the bar and smashed out one of the front windows. And like these guys like were drinking and partying themselves to near death, his friends, and getting violent with each other. And that was like my cue where I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Like I'm watching these guys destroy each other because of Jonah dying. And so I'm going to go a different route. So I went to AA, and I ended up getting sober and working the 12 steps. And I've been sober ever since. That was June 6th of 2007. Right. And so, yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was like him dying and the self-destructive actions of his friends were the thing that, dude, Jake knows, the watch bar, he knows. Dude, yeah, it was crazy, Jake, because the last time I saw Jonah was at one of Carrie's, like, barbecues or whatever at Laurelhurst Park, right? And then Jonah passed away shortly after that, and then everybody got so fucking self-destructive, right? And so I got out. That's when I got out. And when I got sober. Yeah, Jake was there. The watch bar, we worked together. I don't think you were working there yet. You were a regular or about to work there. But the barbecue, yeah, dude, I've got some pictures from me at that barbecue. That was the last time I saw Jonah. But anyway, so I got sober then in 2007. And for me, like my will to fucking, you know, stay sober. Like I got a sponsor right away. I did the work right away. I was rabid about it. I was going to 3 meetings a day. Okay. Were you the cook by then, Jake? All right, let's go. I was going to 3 meetings a day, and sobriety was pretty easy for me for the first 2 years once I got, about 6 months in. But for me, I really hit a wall in year 3, 4, and 5 is when I hit a wall and I almost relapsed and had to reinvigorate my program. And dude, thank you, Jake. And so that's right when I started studying Vipassana. It was because I ended a relationship. Like I remember driving home once from the Belmont Inn and I had broken up with this girl, right? Jen, you remember Jen, don't you? Watch Bar, right? Tall Jen, Italian Jen. So I had this girlfriend that I was very in love with, but also kind of addicted to. And we were living in a house up on Mount Tabor, this beautiful house. And we broke up. We both got sober. We broke up. And I remember driving home one night and from the Belmont Inn, and I was like driving up the hill of Mount Tabor to my house. And I just had this realization that like, you're going to fucking relapse, dude. Like I just knew I was going to relapse. I could feel it coming because of that breakup. And I just fucking got back into the fucking program. You know what I'm saying? I embraced the program. I stopped dating and I embraced being a dad and trying to have that fucking somehow help me navigate my way out. Dude, you can't believe the details I recall. Yeah, I mean, I've been blessed, karmic, right? The universe blessed me with a really good memory. Dude, I have a hell of a memory. I've always had one. But so I made it. I made it out. I'm actually getting ready, though, to go back. Dude, I'm actually getting ready to go back to AA. I haven't been since the pandemic, right? Kid is not a cure? No. The kid is not a cure, not at all. And I wasn't saying that at all. But the thing about it is a kid is a time commitment, right? And so when you have a kid, you can either be dating and doing a whole bunch of other shit while you're having the kid, looking for a girlfriend to help you raise the kid, or you can just raise the kid. And that meant going to therapy, going to AA, fucking doing meditation, doing Bikram yoga, going and getting EMDR, and healing my generational trauma, okay? It wasn't simply just, I'm going to hang out with the kid and everything's better. No, if I didn't do all the trauma work, I would have just fucked the kid up. But it was about, like, that's just it. If you're a parent and you don't go to therapy, like, that's weird. If you have kids, you should literally go to therapy. That's the point. You need to go to therapy. You need to heal, or you will just dump your trauma and the generational trauma that your parents dumped into you into the fucking kid. Okay? You have to heal it. Like, if you really are going to be a parent, that means healing your generational trauma. That means cutting the cord to all of the shit that was dumped into you, that was dumped into them and dumped into them and dumped into them. You know what I'm saying? But, and so there you go. And here we are. Yeah, well, so nowhere, though, I didn't figure it out all on my own. Just so you know, I've had a lot of really helpful mentors along the way. And the thing also, though, too, is I always was looking for, I like to look for answers. And I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you guys operate that way, but I'm a look for answers kind of guy. Like, we had a very complicated step family that's still a little complicated in this house with me and Jenny and Bryce. And like, man, I have instigated like 1,000 family discussions, family meetings. You know what I mean? Where me, Jenny, and Bryce sit down and hash our shit out 1,000 times to the point of where they both were like, we're so sick of doing this. But it was always like, this is what we're going to do. This is going to be a part of our existence where we're always going to search for a better, healthier, like more productive and gratitude-filled way. You know what I'm saying? And like, Yeah, you said a kid can help you reevaluate. I mean, it can, Eddie. The kid though is dangerous because like, you know, a lot of people don't learn. They have a kid thinking the kid's going to rescue them, and then they don't go to therapy and shit, and the kid doesn't rescue them at all. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Right? And like, so it's risky, which is why when I see shit like Benny Johnson telling all these young people, go have a kids, go raise a family, it's fucking bullshit. Because if you're not willing to go to therapy and to do some healing work, you probably shouldn't have kids, because you're just making the fabric of society worse. You know? Do you know what I mean? You are. Like, an unhealed parent is so dangerous to their kids. You know? Dude, Benny Johnson is like, he's our favorite closeted, our right winger. All right. Dude, oh shit. Yeah, your dad needs therapy. You refuse to talk to him until he gets help. I mean, having boundaries is important. I mean, one of the things when I did after I got sober and after I confronted my sexual abusers, and that put some energy in the family that was, you know, looked at as confrontational, and it caused some problems with my dad, and he walked away, and I let him walk, you know. I wasn't going to chase after him, and I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't, I got to repair this thing with my dad. I let my dad make his choice to walk away from me, which he said, and I let him go. And I just essentially let him die on my inside, knowing that it was about him and not me. And I'm telling you, like, my dad, I'm pretty sure he's passed. I had heard that he passed, and then I called him and I did speak to him one last time. He was in hospice, and I have not heard from him. I'm pretty sure he's dead now. He sounded like nearly dead when I last talked to him. I couldn't really understand what he was saying, but like, I don't have any regrets. You know, I mean, I wish that he and I wish he would have been open to healing so we could have had some kind of relationship, but I was not going to have a relationship with him being unhealed, because it would have just been destructive. But I don't regret going that way at all. And in fact, what I've done instead is I've forged a different type of relationship with my own son. You know what I'm saying? You know, and yeah, well, the problem with me confronting my abusers nowhere is my dad was an abuser. So when I brought my abuse to my mom and dad and told them the truth about it, my dad couldn't really handle it because he was an abuser himself who never got help. So his inclination was to protect the other abusers and to accuse me of being on drugs and making it up. And I told him too, I was like, no, the reason you're having trouble with this is because you're an abuser too, Dad, and you've never owned it. So like, you're seeing yourself in this reflection. So fuck you. You're not fucking dumping this shit on me. And like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not sugarcoating this to fucking, you know, to let you off the hook. Like, you have to deal with your own shit. But I'm not going to pretend like you were not abusive in that way as well. I mean, he wasn't abusive that way with me, but he was abusive that way with my half sisters. And I called him out on it too. And then I let him walk, you know? You know what I mean? I let him walk because I'm not chasing after abusers. You know, that's not healthy. You know, I'm better off without them. Right? But I did a lot of work, guys. I went to therapy for at least 10 years, okay? And I did EMDR for 3 years. And I did Vipassana meditation. I did Bikram yoga. I spent a lot of time in the gym. I've worked the steps twice, the 12 steps. I'm probably going to go do them again, actually. I feel like I'm due coming up on my 20 years. Right. So I've done a lot of work. It was like a good 12 years of work, you know, and no regrets, man. Right. We are not responsible for their emotional navigation. Absolutely not. I mean, guys, it is complicated. OK, because there is a lot of pressure of like, those are your parents. You have to work that shit out. And I disagree. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have a fucking picture of my dad right here. That's my dad and me as a baby. And in this picture, you can tell he is just so fucking proud of me and loves me. I'm like, right, but he couldn't maintain this relationship. He could have it in a picture, but if he stayed near me like this, he would just abuse me. He couldn't help himself because he was traumatized, right? Love the Tommy Chronicles, let's go. But so, I keep this right next to me, and right, this picture is near me all the time. Because the shit you love about me, the dancer, the bold fighter, the speaker up, the guy who's endlessly fucking energetic, I got all that from this guy. But unfortunately, this guy was also a traumatized abuser, so I had to get it from him in his absence. In absentia is how I got it. And I got the picture, right? Because I fucking love the man, right? But there was no way I was going to be close to that guy, because if I was close to that guy, I wouldn't have that picture. I'd still be carrying around his issues. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you like that? Dude, you like that Latin? Dude, in absentia? Let's go, dude. Yeah. So, I mean, sometimes it's like what it is, guys. It's a matter of participation. Like, I'm going to finish with the story of my mom, and then I'll do the dance party goal. So my mom, when I got into therapy, I really wanted the relationship with my mom because I knew she wanted one with me. And I knew that the biggest problem we had was my mom felt a lot of guilt about causing all this harm to her kids. So her guilt made it impossible for me to be close to her because her guilt made it feel like I hated her. Even though I didn't, but she felt like I did, and she was always grabbing and trying to control because she was weighed down with her guilt. And her guilt made it so she couldn't actually be there for me when I was in pain. I had to be happy to be around her, and I couldn't fake that shit. So eventually what happened with my mom was I got a therapist, and I said, Mom, you're going to get a therapist in Arizona where she was living. And I said, and then we're going to sign a paper so our therapists can talk to each other. And what's going to happen is the therapists are then going to help us. Like, you're going to get to deal with your guilt. I'm going to deal with my issues. And we're going to get that relationship that I know that we both want. And then she said to me, she's like, oh, I can't afford it. And I said, oh, it doesn't matter. I'm going to pay for all of it. I'm going to pay for your therapist too. Okay, I'm going to pay for my therapist and I'm going to pay for yours, right? And then she said, no, thank you. And then I had to let her go. I still talked to her when she called, but I had to realize that she didn't want that relationship, right? You know what I'm saying? In that moment, I offered her the opportunity to work through her guilt for me and for us. And she chose not us. And so I had to recognize that she was making the choice of she didn't want to let go of her guilt. She didn't want to do the work, which meant I could still talk to her a little bit, but I had to put her in a certain type of relationship where I didn't take my sadness to her. I didn't get the real closeness. I had to keep her at arm's length. And that was fine. I did that, and it was painful for her, okay? She got hurt by me keeping her at arm's length, but she really got hurt because she chose to not face her own guilt. So it wasn't really me. Like, she was hurt in the deal, but she was hurt because of her own choice to not go take that free therapy. You know what I mean? And that's the thing is that's how I processed it. Is I put up the boundary, I let her have her own hurt, but I did recognize that she was hurt not because of my boundaries, but because of her choice to not go to take the therapy offer I offered her. And so, she had to live with that. And that meant in her last handful of years, she didn't get the relationship she wanted with me, but that's okay. People make choices. Dude, to think my mom, no, my mom's dead. My mom died in 2021. And ironically, my mom died at like the peak of my Fortnite fame. And then I went back to Wisconsin and to like film some footage to make a movie about my mom. And it set off a series of events that caused the Fortnite community, the first time they tried to cancel me, happened while I was in Wisconsin. I got canceled. Like, I went back there and I didn't even get to go to her funeral. I went back there to film stuff, and I made a G Fuel ad that like a bunch of people who hated me in the gaming community fucking like piled on. And then it became this right-wing thing with the quartering, right? Jeremy from the quartering made it some right-wing culture war thing. And soon there were cars full of people driving by screaming the N-word and shit while I was filming in Watertown, Wisconsin. Dude, it was wild. It was brutal. Yeah, it was. I'm surviving that, though. I came out fucking strong as shit, bro. Jesus. That was the first canceling. You know, there were 2 others. I got canceled 3 times in the gaming community. The first one was G Fuel, Wisconsin. Second one was some bullshit at Phase 1. And the third one was Andrew Tate. Let's go. Dude, you missed 2 funerals. Forever paying you. Closure would have helped. Yeah, see, I got my closure. I just, I didn't have to go to the funeral to get it. But I did get closure. Right? So, let's go. Let's go. Dude, I mean, life's a journey, boss. They were always trying to cancel me, though, in gaming. Because I had bright pink hair and I was super woke, and they didn't like that, right? Some of the people, I mean, a whole bunch of people obviously liked it because I blew up like crazy and I helped so many young people get through the pandemic. But like the ensconced, like 𝗙ecie, like Andrew Tate powers that be in the pro community ultimately, and the wrecked Gen X men that were their fathers. They didn't like that. So they were always at war trying to cancel me because the woke guy became really fucking famous, dude. And fuck him, bro. Dude, I got famous and then I bailed. I said, later, no thanks. Fuck you. I'm going to go do politics, right? Dude, it was a crazy time. There are people in this chat who've been through that whole thing, who watched it. Dude, it was wild, boss. Dude, it's crazy. Nothing really compares to getting the like gamer canceling. Dude, that shit is pretty nutty. Dude. I'm your hero. All right, let's go. Tourmalines. Yeah, I know Engrain was around for a lot of that too. So the thing about it is, though, guys, is I will say this. If you have a parenting situation like that, right, where you didn't get closure with a dead parent or something like that, I highly recommend you either do some EMDR or you do like parts work, okay? And there are therapy modalities that allow you to find that closure, because you don't really need the other person for the closure aspect. Like, that's just it. Forgiveness and moving on and letting go don't require the other person, right? In fact, if you do forgiveness right, you'll often let go of the abusive person if they're not willing to change. It really is like letting go of them. It can be a healthy part of the thing, you know? Dude, letting go is like, oh my God, it's so important, dude. Forgiveness is overrated. I mean, forgiveness is complicated because it looks different for everybody, right? Like forgiveness, like for me, what forgiveness looked like, I'll tell you, and 2 things. So what forgiveness looked like for me with the 2 half brothers who sexually abused me was it hinged around me realizing that despite the horrors they committed on me, they actually both loved me in a way that helped me survive my parents. because I got a type of actual love when they weren't abusing me that my half brothers and sisters didn't get because they didn't have somebody doing that. So they actually harmed me irreparably, which turned out to be reparable harm, but they also loved me really in a way that like helped me survive my childhood. So part of my forgiveness of them was recognizing that love and then confronting them, cutting them loose, being done with them, and then walking away from it, realizing, you know what? I don't have to be haunted by them now. Like part of it is just letting go what they did and just instead holding on to the love that I got and that helped form me. And I don't think fondly of them. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think about them at all. But I did fucking like make a choice to not let them terrorize me from being gone, right? Because that's the hard thing. Somebody abuses you and they go away, but you're still terrorized by them for decades. And so eventually with the EMDR, I found a way to let go and to commit to no longer letting them terrorize me from a distance, you know? And right. And so that was what it looked like for them. Now with my parents, I guess it was similar with my parents is my forgiveness is like, I still have the pockets of rage, right? Like I do, like I could talk to you about my dad and I could stir up some rage and I could go into that like negative stuff that is still there. Like some of the rage of like how my parents were is still in me. And it's shit that I would use when I'm acting, right? When I'm acting, I would go there and I would bring that shit out. But what I do though is mostly I stay focused on the gratitude, right? Like for me, the forgiveness is about like focusing on the gratitude and not the you know what was taken, right? That's really how I guess my forgiveness is my forgiveness isn't about letting them off the hook because I still hold my dad. Like my dad was a bastard. He was an abusive man, but he's also the guy that I have a picture next to my shit. And every time I dance, I think about how I learned how to dance by watching my dad electrify the room. Okay. Do you know what I'm saying? My dad, that's where I got the dancing from. He would go out and he would start dancing to a polka and pretty soon the room would surround him. And he used to do this thing called the Harrington Shuffle where his feet moved so fast you couldn't even see him. And everybody loved it. And so like living in the fact that I'm grateful that I got that from him. And like my interaction with him and his abuse wasn't a total loss, right? So that's what my forgiveness looks like. It's about like not having my relationship with him be a total loss, right? I just take the wins and he was kind of left with the loss because he never got the healing, right? You know, but I don't let him off the hook though, because he was a bastard. Okay. And he was an abusive bastard and I'm never going to not call him that. Okay. Dude, he was. And he left me with like a decade of therapy to unravel his shit too. Right. But I'm not, you know, I don't have to be wounded by him. Dude, the Harrington Shuffle, it was crazy. Dude, he was so good. He was like such a good dancer. For the Harrington Shuffle, let's go. Let's do dance party goal. Dude, you have no idea, guys. Like, once he would start dancing, the room would just surround him and he would electrify. He would electrify. Like, he could have been so much if he wasn't abusive, if he fixed his shit, right? But he, you know, he wasn't as brave as I am. You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to. In order to do the work, in order to fight that shit, you got to be brave. And when push came to shove, even though my dad was violent, and even though he was a physically good fighter and he was a tough guy that could ignore physical pain, he wasn't brave. He wasn't brave. He was weak. He was scared. He was scared, and I was not. Right from little on, I was not afraid. I mean, I was, like when I was, you know, getting picked on and bullied and all that. But inside, deep in there, I wasn't, right? I knew I would keep coming on. Kids these days don't know the joy of being a latchkey kid. Let's go, wild card. Dude, it's different now, right? Brave and cry it all out. Yes, indeed. Dude, let's go. Dude, let's go. Free ass dance party for my dad. No, dude, for the dad fucking, we should probably jack up the dance party, right? Right? Kidding. Dude, let's go. Dude, 50. It's going to require 50. Your mom's very abusive dad just died a couple months ago. Rushed 16 hours to see him. And the last one convo, he was awful to her and made her cry. Yeah. No, I know. Let's go, Druid. Let's go, baby. Dude, let's go. We're kicking it off. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong button. Dude, rodents of unusual size for Rob Reiner. Let's go. Dude, crazy. All right. You think your parents were born in the 30s? Dude, my dad was born in 1934, and my mom was born in 1940. And my dad outlived my mom. He was born 6 years earlier, and he lived 5 years longer. My dad did live to be 91. Okay, my dad, 91. Crazy, isn't it? Isn't it crazy? He lived to be 91, and my mom lived to be 81, right? Yeah. Dude, 91 years old. Dude, I hope I live to be 91. It would be amazing to think I have 35 more years. Dude, that would be incredible. Ain't no way you're making it past 70. Yeah, I feel like I could go into the 90s. Joey, thanks for sharing with us, Tommy. It's helpful to so many of us. Dance party, let's go. Let's go. Dude, I'm glad that guy's I'm glad that stuff is helpful to you guys. I think for me, it's really helpful to talk about it, you know, because for a long time, you know, I struggled with my parents, like oh my God, like my mom for like 20 years, I would hear the sound of my mom's voice and I would just be filled with fucking resentment and anger. The sound of her voice could fucking like trigger me and shit. And so, you know, and by the end though, that wasn't the case, right? By the end, you know, I mean, long before she died, like I still wasn't that close to her. I didn't talk to her very often, but love shouldn't be painful. Now let's dance. Yes, I agree, social butterfly. But I was able to remove that to where I could have conversations with her and I could develop boundaries. And then what would happen though sometimes is she would feel bad, right? But that was also part of her guilt would usually be for her to start feeling bad in an effort to make me change. But in the end, I just let her feel bad and no longer took the bait on that. And so if we called each other and I, you know, said what I needed to say, if she felt bad about it, it was like, not my fucking problem. You know, I'm sorry, right? You know what I mean? I was not mean to her, but I also was not going to like pretend anymore. And so she was going to have to carry her own feelings, which she did. She continued staying there because she wanted to be close to me. And my dad, he wouldn't go through that. He was too weak. Right? He was too weak, dude, my dad. It's too bad because he was also kind of the strongest guy I ever knew, but he was also the weakest guy, you know? It's hard. It's hard having a weak father trying to teach you, right? You know what I'm saying? It's hard having a weak father, right, trying to teach you how to be a strong man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's very complicated. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's very complicated to when you have a weak father who's trying to teach you to be a strong man because, dude, they do so much negative shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And just so you guys know, we had to let go of that troll. There was some shitter with low self-esteem in here trying to get our goat. Dude, yeah. Dude, fuck off. Dude, not into it. Dude, you cannot harm me, you fucking shitter trolls. Sorry. Dude, I literally fucking grew up around like one of the most abusive people on the planet. Your penny Annie shit in my DMs or on Twitter or fucking in this chat. You're not getting any leverage over me. I'm sorry. Bye-bye. Let's go. Oh. Woo. Feels good, doesn't it? Dude, let's go. Ooh. Dude, you didn't even see the troll? Oh, don't worry about it. They weren't around long. They were pretty forgettable. Pick vid on Erica's paternity. Dude, we're not going to cover any Erica tonight because I still have videos to make, but we are. There is some shit to talk about with her. Ooh, tomorrow she's meeting with Candace Owens. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Like, what is that meeting going to be like? Erica and Candace meeting? Like, dude, that makes me feel like there's going to be some sort of financial deal, right? That, you know, there's going to be fucking money involved. Need to share your stories in a book? Yeah, Marisol, I want to write a book. I'm telling you guys, we'll see what happens with this channel, but I want to move to New York City in my 60s, and I want to live in the Village, right? Where, you know, Dylan and Andy Warhol and you know, fucking, you know, Edie Sedgwick were all those people that I admired from the fucking 60s art scene. I want to move to New York City, have an apartment in the Village, and write a book, right? That's like been my plan for, you know, about 20 years, right? To be able to afford to get there, which would be a certain conquering of capitalism. And then once I can afford to get there, I'm going to go and I'm going to write about that. And so maybe we'll make it. I hope so. But dude, there will definitely should be a book, right? That's the last place you would move to in your 60s. Dude, it's the birthplace of like the fucking, you know, I mean, San Francisco and New York City are like the birthplaces of the American counterculture, right? New York was like, you know, was really the epicenter. San Francisco came second, I believe. But you know, it's just the energy, you know, Chan, that's really what it is. Like, right? It's the energy of, you know, the way I am, even if I don't go outside, I draw from like the energy from other humans. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like being in a big city, I get the inspiration and the energy, right? You know, that's what I draw. I draw off that human energy, right? I like it. I love it. Dude, Concrete Jungle, Where Dreams Are Made Of. Dude, I love that song. In New York! Right? Oh, shit. Dude, Hate Street. All right. Let's go. I am the energy. I know. But I like the fucking people. The only nature I really like is the beach. Dude, I don't like being in the forest, bro. Dude, it's like all these trees and they cover out the sun and there's a bunch of fucking insects. And there's always the insect noise. There's no like urban sounds. Like I like the cities, the urban, the cars, the honking, the fucking, you know, the fucking, you know, people squashed on each other, the tension, right? The like people confronting their, you know, their racism and their misogyny and their human interactions and you know what I'm saying? And there's real anonymity in a sea of people. Right? I do love the beach. I love the fucking beach, right? The beach is kind of like traffic noise. But even right now, we live bordering a pretty busy road. And Jenny hates it. But I grew up like with traffic noise. I was, you know, low income. So we always lived in apartment buildings on really busy streets and in really urban neighborhoods. So I guess I grew up with a lot of that traffic noise. And was the most populated and also the loneliest. Yeah, see, that's just it though. Like the loneliness that happens in a big city, I really like that. I feel, I don't know. I feel like I can find quietness in that type of loneliness. I think what it is I think the loneliness that exists in like a New York City or a big city like that, LA, I think I have that loneliness in me all the time, right? That, because you go to New York and it's so lonely, but I have that, like that recklessly overwhelming loneliness. I have it in me always. It's like always in me. And so when I'm in those places, I feel like not alone, right? You know what I'm saying? I feel not alone because the city has that, right? The space I'm in has that same loneliness. And so oddly enough, it's like I feel not alone when I'm in that loneliness. It's like weird shit, you know? But when I go to the woods or something, I feel like I'm fucking bored, dude. What the fuck are we doing here, dude? Right? Dude, let's go. Dude, I do love the beach, though. I could live on the beach. The beach is nature that I like, right? You've never been to New York? Dude, New York's amazing, right? But, hey, I might move there and decide I hate it. So you never know. The plans are always subject to change. All right. Let's go, baby. All right, first hour in. Hour and a half of ramble. Now we got to get in. We got to make some content, even though that's some content too. I'll probably make that a members video. All right. You had to leave New York City when you caught yourself telling a tourist, move goddamn tourists. Yeah, that's rough. Right? Dude, yeah, the Australia stuff is crazy. So, let's look at Rob Reiner, shall we? Okay? Dude, like 225,000 tweets, man. Dude, Rob Reiner. So, yeah, I guess let's find a news source, okay? Let's find a news source on this. Dude, this is just crazy. Dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? Dude, killed in stabbing? Stabbed. They were stabbed to death. All right, let's see what we got here.
A source close to Rob Reiner is telling NBC News tonight that he can confirm that the film director and actor Rob Reiner and his wife have been found dead in their home in Brentwood, California, from some apparent stab wounds. There is a huge police presence in that area of California tonight. Joining me now from Los Angeles is NBC's Liz Kreutz. Liz, I know you are following this closely. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hi, Jessica. This is just stunning news that is going to have major, huge shockwaves across Hollywood tonight as now a source close to the legendary director and actor Rob Reiner has confirmed to NBC News that Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, were found stabbed to death in their home here in Los Angeles. They lived in the Brentwood community. This is an upscale community here in LA. And according to LAPD, firefighters were initially called to that home around 3:30 this afternoon from a call of an apparent homicide. Two people, a man and a woman, were found dead in the home, a 78-year-old and 68-year-old man and woman. Now, LAPD has not confirmed those identities, but NBC News does have a source confirming that it is Rob Reiner and his wife, who have been together for some 36 years. They have 3 children together. And again, Rob Reiner is just an iconic figure here in Hollywood, known from the 1970s for his first big role as Meathead in All in the Family.
Dude, that was it.
Of course, as the director of When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride. This is Spinal Tap. In fact, I just interviewed him a couple months ago here in LA for This is Spinal Tap 2. He was out promoting that movie most recently. And of course, he's also known as a political activist. Just extraordinarily tragic news here tonight. There is a large police presence outside the home right now, and we are awaiting an update from LAPD. We're expecting that they'll give a press conference in about 10 minutes or so. Jessica.
Liz, what are you hearing about why police were originally called to that residence in the first place?
At this time, we have very little information. They were called to the home from apparently a homicide. Of course, when they arrived, they did find those 2 people deceased. They have not.
Yeah, I believe it was the daughter, right? I believe it was the daughter that found the bodies. It's not confirmed, but I've seen some information about
said anything
that
at
says
this time
that.
about a suspect. We do know that Rob Reiner has 3 children, adult children, but we do not know what the motive here is as the situation is. It's all really unfolding at this time.
Liz, I know that you have a lot of sources, a lot of friends in the celebrity world out there, in the Hollywood world. I mean, when you look at some of these movies that he had such a hand in, When Harry Met Sally.
Dude, I just want to say to somebody said there, when you say LA is a cesspool, it's not, okay? Like, having lived, just as somebody here, let me just tell you, somebody who has lived in Los Angeles and has been toured and played and hung out with people in every major city in America and a whole bunch of small towns, and also lived in a small town. You have the same shit everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like there is nothing in LA and New York that isn't in every other place in America. It's simply there's so many people there that there's like a frequency of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are plenty of murders that happen in rural towns. There are husbands strangling their wives. There are drunk driving deaths and drug overdoses and all that. And in fact, I think my thing is I believe there's a lot more hope. Somebody mentioned Spokane. I think the difference between Spokane and Los Angeles is you're going to find a lot of hope in LA that you will not find in Spokane. And there is a little bit more tension and a little bit more of like chaos because of the sheer number of people. But the difference is they both have murder and drug addiction and domestic violence and all the ills. But the difference is in LA, there's a whole bunch of hope and inspiration and empowerment and community. And in the small towns, there's a lot less of that, right? There's not much of that to go around, you know? And so, and you know what I mean? And so I really think the cities, and I know everybody's got their different opinions, but I disagree. I believe that the small towns are much more cesspools than the big cities because they have all the same shit. They just don't have any of the hope, man. They have like none of the hope. They're like mired in depression and they can't reinvent themselves. You know, you can't renew. There's no renewal in a small town. There's no way to like reinvent yourself because everybody just keeps you held to whatever you were, you know, and you chase your, you know, you're chasing your reputation. You're running from your reputation your whole life. And in a city, you can reinvent yourself 100 times, you know? You know what I mean? And yes, I think the reality is this. All right, you ready? I'm going to draw a comparison. If you want to get the news, what do? They go to Trump. Why? Because Trump creates so many things. Every day he's doing 50 shitty things. So all you have to do is follow Trump around and you can sell news. And that's the way the big cities are. There's so many people. When there's 8 million people, they can find something every day to scare you with from LA. But they could find that same shit in Spokane or Puyallup or Madison or fucking Watertown or fucking, right? They could go to any town in America and find that shit. But it's just easier to find in LA because there's 8 million people, you know? You know what I'm saying? That's my take on it, right? I'm not buying that the cities are cesspools. They're better, okay? They're better. As somebody who grew up in the small town, racism, whatever, idyllic small town, that shit wasn't idyllic. It was racism and domestic violence and all this shit going on hidden and hush hush because there's a power structure there and nobody will tell on anybody. If you have a man who's powerful in a small town, he's going to get away with molesting his kids and beating his wife because he's got all the power. Everybody will look the other way. And in the city, it can be a little more complicated, but you can at least get out of there and find some hope. You know what I mean? Let's go. That's my take. Now, everybody's got a different preference, though, right? Dude, LA is like nuts. Dude, LA is like so big, guys. It's like 100 miles by 100 miles. And Hollywood is a tiny part of it. You know, I mean, there's like the North Valley, you know, you have Mission Hills, Granada Hills, and then you go into fucking, you know, Encino and Sherman Oaks. You go out all the way out to like Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, right? T.O. And then you have the Valley with like Van Nuys and North Hollywood, Toluca Lake, right? You have all that, fucking Reseda. And then you go over, you got Glendale, La Cañada, and Flint Ridge. You have the fucking sort of the Glendale suburbia, a little bit more money. You can go north to like Pacoima and Panorama City, which is like deeply Hispanic. Some of the craziest Mexican food you'll ever find in fucking America is up there. Then you go over the hill, and now you're into Hollywood, right? You have Dodger Stadium and like Echo Park and East LA and shit, which also juts into Eagle Rock and Pasadena. Then you have like East Hollywood and West Hollywood. You go south down to Park La Brea. And this is all just north of downtown, right? Then you go to the west and you go through like West Hollywood and Beverly Hills and the fucking Santa Monica Boulevard district and Pico Robertson, all the way through to like Mar Vista and Santa Monica and shit. You go all the way to the beach. You go up to Pacific Palisades, go all the way down out to like Malibu up PCH. You have all that. And that's like just the top half of LA. Then you go down into Hawthorne and Crenshaw and Torrance and the Redondo Beach, all the beaches. You go down like another 50 miles all the way down to Long Beach and all the way out to like Whittier and shit like that. There's like 50 other cities. It's like so sprawling. And there's like everything there, dude. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, Brentwood. Brentwood is right by UCLA. Dude, it's amazing, right? Dude, it is. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. Dude, she walked away from the phone. That's brutal. Talk shit about LA? Dude, well, you know, everybody talks shit about LA. You're in Torrance? Dude, let's go. Dude, I used to play at a place called Frogs in Torrance back in the fucking early 90s. It's crazy. Dude, I mean, dude, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of bullshit in LA too, right? There's a lot of wealthy, fucking transactional, like mega stars and shit. A lot of plastic people. But there's a lot of real people, though, too. You know what I'm saying? It's not just plastic people. But for me, I've really liked all of that. I like that fucking, you know, people's like, everybody there's got a dream. You know what I'm saying? And this is the thing that like what happens is this. Let me sum it on this. Is when you go to a small town, you're usually surrounded by people who had dreams, but they have now traded in their dreams for some type of reality, okay? And when you go to the city, everybody there is chasing a dream. You go to the small town, and they had dreams when they were 18, but now they don't have dreams. They got responsibilities and reality, job, family. I got to just do this. This is my life now. And in the big city, it's like everybody is there, like chasing something. And I love that energy, that seeking, right? Or they're the big fish in a small town. That's the other thing too. If you go to a small town, there's only one big person there usually, right? There's like 3 people that have all the power. And when you go to LA, there's like tens of thousands of people that have power. In LA, right? A small town, though, if you're not friends with the most powerful guy in town, you're fucked, right? You know what I mean? Like, dude. Well, let's go. All right. That's my take. All right? It's my take. All right, dude, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Let's learn more about Rob Reiner. I'll be right back. Hang tight, dude. Here's a little music while we wait.
Get me into these situations again, because I might be tempted. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
Let's go. Good tune. Dude, that's a good tune. All right, back to Rob Reiner.
The Princess Bride, Stand By Me. As you said, he has left a legendary impact on Hollywood and beyond. What are you hearing from those close to him and those in the industry tonight about this death?
I think this is still so raw and so new that we are not even yet seeing the outpouring of
All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
Who has any information on their...
We're going to skip ahead to the
Typical
scene.
In an investigation like this.
No, LAPD has an elite unit, the Robbery Homicide Division. I've worked with them before, and they're very, very thorough, very polished, very good team of detectives, and that's just their title in LA. In other cities, it's homicide is split from robbery.
Dude, LA's fucking homicide detectives are crazy, bro. They are, man. I mean, it's hard. I think solving crimes is just hard, but like, dude, they put some resources into this shit because they have, like, I mean, they have a lot of shit to solve. You know what I'm saying?
And but in LA, it's the Robbery Homicide Division. So no, that's not really telling us anything about the motive. That's just their team of detectives that would come on this kind of violent offense, major violent offense.
See, here's one thing I do want to point out, though, guys. I want to draw a parallel to Charlie Kirk, because what the parallel I want to draw is how they politicized Charlie Kirk. Because you know what you're not going to see? You're not going to see Gavin Newsom leading the way here. Okay, you're not going to see Gavin Newsom like coming out and talking about these killings, being the spokesperson. You're not going to see the mayor of the city leading the way. You're going to see police professionals taking you through this case. And they didn't do that in Utah. Charlie Kirk got shot and the governor was like, I'm the guy here, the governor, this guy's a leftist. They instantly politicized that shit and turned it into this right-wing narrative shit. And I've never seen anybody do that with a fucking killing before. It was so strange, guys. And I've like been following serial killers and murder my whole life. Let's go. Stand By Me is one of my faves. This is so tragic. Let's go, wild card. So yeah, that was really weird. That was fucking weird shit, guys. All right, we have 15 minutes. We need 13 and 15, guys. We're going to play some of this. And I saw somebody say that LAPD is corrupt. Dude, LAPD is horribly corrupt. Most police forces are. But I would like to draw one distinction, guys, between the patrol officers that are on the street and the detectives, okay? I feel like they are two different kinds of cops. And I don't really necessarily want to let anyone off because they're both in the abusive system. But there's a different type of guy that is a detective, okay, that is like a major crime detective. Those guys are like problem solvers. They're pattern recognizers. They're like people who read people and look for subtle clues to try, you know what I'm saying? There's like a different mentality than the patrol officers that are like profiling people and out there like stealing evidence and shit like that. I don't know. I've just always had a little bit more respect for detectives than I have had for like people, regular police force, even though, you know, they started as regular cops. But like, there's a lot of great minds in detective work. There really are. It's like being a good detective is really a fucking skill, man. You know what I'm saying? Dude, yeah, no, they're not out on the street at all. They're like, but they do struggle with some of the same shit. You know what I mean? When they're demonstrably great at their job, it is hard to hate them. Yes, go Navy, beat Army. All right, let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. I had brothers in both Navy and the Army, so I'm like, my family doesn't care either. Dude, I mean, the hard thing is like these guys, I feel like the vice cops, though, like are right. The vice and the drug divisions can be a little sketchy, but I have often, like, I don't know, I've gotten to know some detectives, right? Like I was pen pals with one of the guys who caught the Green River Killer in Seattle, and he was kind of a dick. Right, he was, but it's only because he thought I was like using him to get information for a screenplay, which I kind of was, but he was actually, you know, he was actually pretty cool. He was kind of a dick, but I understand why he was a dick, because he was like, I don't want to just give you all the information. Like, if I'm going to write a screenplay, like, I should write the screenplay. You know, go Zags. The only good thing out of Spokane. All right, what are the Zags? Dude, I used to play shows in Spokane. Pretty crazy shit. But I can't hate him for that. Let's go. But, dude, I don't love cops, though. I really don't. I hate most cops. All right, here we go.
All right, Jim, stay right there. It looks like this press conference in LA is about to begin. Let's listen in live.
I'm wait for the beeping to stop, then we'll get going.
Dude, I love it, though. They're set up right in the street, man. You know what I'm saying? No room. These guys are walking straight off the scene, dude. This guy was literally looking at, like, blood of 2 minutes ago, and he's, like, right out on the street. We're going to fucking roll.
After news that inside sources close to in an apparent murder, an apparent stabbing. That's according to sources close to NBC News. Let's listen into the latest.
I'm the Chief of Detectives for the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm going to give a brief statement, and then we're going to address any questions that we can. I understand there are going to be questions regarding what occurred here tonight. I will not be able to provide information in a lot of areas that questions may be getting asked, but I'll do the best I can. So at approximately 3:40 this afternoon, Los Angeles police officers, along with the Los Angeles City Fire Department, responded to the 200 block of Chadbourne Avenue here in the city of Brentwood. Upon arrival, they determined that there were 2 deceased individuals inside of the residence. The Los Angeles Police Department is now conducting an investigation at this residence here on Chadbourne, and that investigation will continue over the coming days. We will not be releasing any information regarding who was found deceased in the residence, because that will be done by the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office. So if there are any inquiries regarding the identity of the individuals that are deceased inside of the residence, that information will come from the LA County Coroner's Office. The current death investigation that is being conducted by the Los Angeles Police Department is going to be handled by the Homicide Special Section of Robbery Homicide Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. That investigation will move forward through the night, and tomorrow morning we will probably have additional information regarding what occurred here on Chadbourne and our investigation moving forward. We will not be releasing any further information regarding the investigation that is occurring here in Brentwood tonight. Our detectives will be responding along with our Forensic Science Division and our Technical Investigation Division investigators to conduct a full crime scene investigation and determine the appropriateness of the investigation moving forward.
See, let me just tell you one thing that's not going to happen is it's not going to be like it was in Utah where the head of the FBI is releasing fucking information and, oh, we caught a guy. Nope, not that. You know what I mean? They're not going to run it like a fucking social media campaign. They're going to like keep everything under wraps and build their case, and you get to know the tiniest bit of information possible. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of the way it like normally is. You know, instead of this whole like, here, we're going to leak our every move.
At this time, the Los Angeles Police Department is not seeking anyone as a suspect or as a person of interest or in any other manner, and we will not be doing that until we conduct our investigation and we move forward. That's all I have right now at this early preliminary stage of this investigation. If you have questions that I can answer, I will answer them. I would just ask you, please, if we do not have the ability to answer the questions, that you remain patient over the coming hours and over the coming days. Starting tomorrow morning, we will be responding and providing additional information as it becomes publicly available. Pete.
Do we know who actually made the call that brought fire department and police officers here? Has that person known? Can you release who it was?
So we understand that the person reporting was here at the location. We're not going to release any information regarding the identity of that individual at this time. Hold on. One at a time, please.
Dude, he's bombarded. Dude, he's being bombarded.
There are going to be many family members interviewed. I'm not going to confirm whether someone's being interviewed at this time or not. We're going to try and speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Chief, why are you not looking for a suspect?
I'm sorry.
Chief, why are you not exactly looking for a suspect? Are you confident you know who did this?
We have not identified a suspect at this time.
Well, then shouldn't you be looking for one so these neighbors aren't worried about their own lives and their own safety?
Yeah, so at this time, after we determine, so I need everyone to understand something. In order to comply with the legal process, before we do anything here, we have to get a search warrant because there are issues regarding...
Dude, what the fuck?
Good evening. I'm Jessica Layton in New York, and this is an NBC News special.
Dude, why did they cut in a special report? Dude, what the fuck is going on, bro? Homie was just getting cooking.
There is shocking news out of Hollywood tonight. Famed film director Rob Reiner and his wife 𝗫𝗄𝗅 have been found stabbed to death in their home in Brentwood, California. A press conference is ongoing, but first let's get to Liz Kreutz, who is following the very latest. Liz, what can you tell us about this tragedy?
Yeah, Jessica, this is just stunning news tonight. A source close to Rob Reiner.
Yeah, it's the source. They have a source that is like... basically, the cops are like, I'm not going to tell you shit. And then all the news sources are going to leak out the fucking information, right? This is how we're doing it.
Confirmed that the legendary actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife, 𝗫𝗄𝗅 have been stabbed to death in their home here in Los Angeles. Their home is in Brentwood, California, an upscale neighborhood here in the city. According to law enforcement, the call came in around 3:30 this afternoon. The homicide investigative team responded, and police have said that 2 people were found deceased inside this home.
Dude, I want to know what they cut off right there, right? Like, why did they cut that off?
A 78-year-old and a 68-year-old, a man and a woman. And again, a source close to Rob Reiner has confirmed the identities as the legendary director and his wife, who have been married since 1989. They share 3 children. Rob Reiner also has another daughter from his previous marriage to Penny Marshall. And this is just, as we're getting this news, sending absolute shockwaves.
Dude, they told us this before the press conference. This is some bullshit, bro.
Through Hollywood, Rob Reiner is just an iconic filmmaker.
Yeah, no shit.
Responsible for
Go
some
back
of
to the
most
fucking presser.
Meathead in as well. Anything about a motive here either. They have not identified a suspect, and right now they have not said anything about a motive here either, Jessica.
Dude, so that, like, dude, they stepped in. They did. They stepped in to, like, block something or something. Because that was...
What sources are telling us is that it was an apparent stabbing that killed the couple in their L.A. mansion tonight, their Brentwood mansion, rather. I know that you recently interviewed him. Tell me about that conversation.
Dude.
We were creating for social and economic justice.
Anything else for it as huge imprint on Hollywood.
With celebrating with non-news, but a lot of questions.
The suspect at this charge in that deadly shooting, Providence, Rhode Island, are saying that
Dude, now they're going to the shooting.
When shots were initially fired at Brown University's campus.
Dude, what the hell, bro? They pulled off of this and went to the... Dude, now I want to find that press conference, bro. I want to see what got said there, boss. Dude, that was... what a disaster. Hold on. Here we go. Dude, all right. We're going in with ABC.
There are going to be questions regarding...
All right, here we go. Let's get into it.
We'll identify what kind of incident it is. Forward, we have to obtain a search warrant for the resident.
All right, here we go.
Your second question. No one is being interviewed.
What were the injuries? What were the injuries?
All right, hold on.
We're going to try to speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Chief, why are you not looking for a suspect?
I'm sorry.
Chief, why are you not exactly looking for a suspect? Are you confident you know who did this?
We have not identified a suspect at this time.
Well, then shouldn't you be looking for one so these neighbors aren't worried about their own lives and their own safety?
Dude!
Yeah, so at this time, after we determine, so I need everyone to understand something. In order to comply with the legal process, before we do anything here, we have to get a search warrant because there are issues regarding standing at this residence. So as long as those legal requirements are met, we can continue the investigation.
Okay,
now, when
so the legal process, this is really interesting because you see what he said? There's an issue with standing at this residence, okay? Which is... like, so when I heard that, that's where if it is the son, and if the son lives in the residence, they may need a search warrant to look at the residence, right? They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, if the son lived there, or if they think he maybe lived there, or if he has some, like, you don't want to do a search that then gets thrown out in court. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really interesting. That's another thing that, like, yeah, it probably was a kid who was living there or partially living there or some shit. So they have to get, like, a search warrant just to even process the crime scene, you know? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because they, like, this is what I like too, though, about this, as annoying as it is to get this information. They're not going to do anything to jeopardize when they catch the guy, right? Oh, shit. Oh, my God, guys. Oh, no. Dude, I forgot the dance party, bro. Now we need 11 in a minute and 45. I don't know if we're making it. Oh, shit. We let it ran out. We may have to start this shit over. I'm sorry. I fucked up. Dude, well, we got a minute and a half. Can we pull 11 in a minute and a half? We can do it. Let's go. The clock is counting. Dance party coming in, boss. There we go. 10. Oh, shit. All right, let's go. There's one. Dude, 10 more, baby. We got this. We can do this. All right, it's time. Last minute. All we really need are 10 fucking quick ones. Oh, shit, boss. Oh, 8. 8 in 1 minute. There we go. Oh, shit. Let's go. Dude, let's go. 7. Oh, shit. Furrow coming in hot. We got 7 in 49. You're a troll? All right. Well, that's cool. Smell you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. 3 more. Dude, Girl Friday, stop the stupidity and proud liberal. We got it, boss. Yes, we do. Oh, dude, 4 more in 30 seconds. down to the wire. Oh, shit. 3. Uncle F coming in hot. Let's fucking go. Stop the stupidity. 2 more. 1 more. Oh, little furrow. And there it is. Just like that. Oh. We did it. Woo. Let's go. Oh, my God. Mivs Daily, dude. Oh, shit. 22 over 20. I've never seen that before. Social Butterfly coming in hot. Let's go. C-Punk with another one. We can do it from Bama, girl. Oh. Oh, my God, dude. Let's go, dude. Stop the stupidity again. Dude, then 𝗙Punk coming in. Dude, we got Mivs Daily with the big 20 spot. That gets a blowing up Trumpy, dude. Fuck you, Trumpy. Oh, shit. Trumpy. Oh, shit. Let's go. Woo. Dude, and just like that. Thank you, boss. Let's go. Big loves. Lord have mercy. Dude, let's go. Dude, Tony, I'm here. Let's go. Dude, gig tax. Let's go. Coming in hot. Oh. Dude, that's huge. Oh, shit. Thank you for the reminder. Dude, this reporter, I mean, dude, the reporter's doing his job, right? He is kind of being a pain in the ass, though. Oh, right? I mean, he's trying to eke information. Did you see what the reporter did there? Where he's like, why aren't you looking for a suspect? Aren't these neighbors worried? But like, the reporter knows that the son is a suspect. They've got their sources. They're trying to get him to leak information, boss. Right? You know what I'm saying? They're trying to get him to leak shit. And like, because they're not looking for a suspect because they fucking have a suspect. They're just not announcing it because they don't want that guy to like hide evidence and start burning shit. And they're worried about like, you know, following the chain of command so this shit doesn't get rolled over. Yeah, Jet Girl, that was exciting, wasn't it? And nerve-wracking. It really was, wasn't it? Dude, that shit is amazing. You guys are amazing, dude. We got our dance, boss. Now we can settle in and watch a little bit this press conference, and then we gotta look at a little bit of the fucking shootings, and you know, and then we dance. All right, well, let's see what we got.
Tell you that we have not identified a suspect, it doesn't mean that we're not working the case. We will not identify a suspect until that person is identified as a suspect, and we're legally seeking them if there is a crime to be reported, and if that person is a suspect in that crime.
Has anyone been detained?
Hold on.
Alan,
did that answer your question, sir?
No.
Okay,
Has anyone been detained yet for questioning? Are you questioning people now that could be possible suspects and or a person or persons of interest?
Specifically to your first question, no one has been detained. Specifically to your second question, no one is being interviewed.
What were the injuries? What were the injuries? We're being told that this was a stabbing.
Yeah, so we're not going to comment on the injuries at this time. That information will be coming forward in the coming days as it's publicly releasable. If it is part of the investigation and it is not publicly releasable, we will not be releasing it.
Are your detectives inside the
home? Hold on. One at a time. Whoa. Hold on, one at a time. This gentleman is next.
Are your detectives inside the home right now? Are they getting access to the home right now as we speak?
We're waiting for the legal process to move forward. We have to obtain a search warrant for the residence. As soon as that is complied with, we will be conducting a full crime scene investigation on the interior and the exterior of the residence and the surrounding neighborhood.
See, that's the thing, guys. The fact that they need to get a search warrant to process the crime scene makes me think that the killer was somebody who lived there, right? The killer was a kid who was a partial residence there. So they can't, if they go in and process the crime scene and find evidence it's the kid, but they didn't get a search warrant, the kid's lawyers could throw it off, right? So that's what it is. That's kind of a huge clue, right? That pretty much is what's going on, all right? Dude, crazy shit,
to follow
boss.
up, Deputy Chief, is there somebody from the family not allowing detectives inside the home right now?
That's inconsequential. We have to comply with the legal process. It doesn't matter whether the family allows us in or not.
Detective, what are the...
Hold on, ma'am.
Had family members been notified? The victim's family members been notified?
Has the family been notified of what? That an incident occurred here?
That there were 2 victims?
I believe the family's aware.
In other words, why are you...
So the thing about this, guys, is if a crime is in progress, they don't need a search warrant, okay? So if you're committing a crime in progress, they can bust in and they can fucking search everything. But if it's your residence, they cannot search your residence without a warrant if there's no crime happening inside at that time, right? I mean, you got to be extra careful because the other thing you got to realize, guys, you ready? If this kid, if it is Rob Reiner's son, the dude's going to have a high-powered lawyer. So they're not going to be going up against, you know, Joe Schmo's little fucking mid fucking lawyer. They're going to be going up against one of these like Alan Dershowitz types or the guys that defended OJ that are going to look for every, oh, you didn't read the rights. You didn't fucking do a search warrant. You fucking touched this thing without a glove. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're going to fucking try, right? Johnny Cochran, who told you put the bomb on? Dude, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously, I think it's someone connected to that house. If they need a search warrant to search the crime scene, it is somebody connected to the house. Okay? It is absolutely.
We're not releasing their names. They're out there,
that's going to be the Los Angeles County coroner that releases the information.
Chief, is this a homicide?
Ma'am, go ahead. Your question first.
Yes. Is this a homicide?
At this time, it's a death investigation. Again, until we get inside and we make a determination, we can't call it anything. So we're going to conduct that Hold on. We're going to conduct that investigation at the appropriate time. We will identify what kind of incident it is, and if it's determined to be a crime, we will seek the suspect. We will bring them to justice, and we will take them into custody.
Dude, this guy's job sucks, right? Because he's essentially out here because to put a face to it, to show that something is there, but he can't tell him anything, right? He's like, he can't even, he's like, we're not even identifying the people. He's basically just getting abused right now, dude. What a fucking, right? Oh shit, I have to go give a 20-minute conversation and I can say nothing. Dude, what a shit job, right? And everyone's like, you're not doing your job. Why aren't you chasing a suspect? Why aren't you, like, processing the crime scene? Dude. Oh, fuck.
Confirmed it's the Reiners. The mayor has already confirmed it's the Reiners. Can you tell us any more?
I can't speak for the mayor, but I can speak for the Los Angeles Police Department. The Los Angeles County coroner will identify the decedents that are inside of the residence.
Detective.
And that will be, hold on.
Dude, he's not folding, bro.
That will be the official notification and the official identification of the decedents inside of the residence.
Under what circumstances were the bodies discovered?
I'm not going to address that.
Can you give us more details about needing the warrants and the family not letting you in? Can you just explain more?
Sure. There's a legal process whenever you're going to conduct an investigation at a crime scene in the state of California. There are certain requirements that you have to meet in order to conduct a thorough investigation. So you don't want to start a crime scene investigation and then have someone say, I need you guys to leave the residence right now. So we're going to, hold on, you asked a question, I'm going to answer. Okay. So we have to comply with the legal process. Once the warrant is signed and delivered, we will have access to the crime scene. We will conduct a full, thorough, impartial investigation. We will conduct...
See, that's what's weird. Because did the son live there and say, I don't give you permission to search the house? Is that what went on? Like, they don't have anything that ties him as a suspect? Something went on where somebody attached to the family is like, I'm not giving you permission to search the house, so they have to go get a warrant. And it makes you wonder if the son did it and he lived there and they couldn't, right? There's no blood on him. There's no way to instantly tie him to the crime. Then he's like, I don't give you permission to search the house. They're probably doing their best to fucking... Right? They're probably doing their best to, like, make sure he's not deleting shit or fucking throwing shit in the trash. Like, what a weird, convoluted fucking scene, bro. Like, you know what I mean? And yeah, the owners are deceased. But see, normally you wouldn't need... I mean, if you show up and the owners are dead, I don't think you need a search warrant to search the house if there's no other family there, right? Like, if they own the house... and they're the only two people that live there, like, they can search the fucking house as far as I know, right? But if there is family that lives there and that person's, like, not giving you permission, I don't know. I don't know how this works, dude. Something is definitely up with this, though. It's highly unusual, right? It is. It's highly unusual for this shit, you know?
Additional investigations in the neighborhood around this area. And then with that information, we will go forward with the investigation, whether it is a death investigation or some other type of investigation.
Besides robbing his wife, were there other people?
And I do want to be clear. Hold on. I want to be clear with one thing. Wherever we can be transparent and provide information to the public, we will release it as soon as we can.
It's been
Is there an understanding about when the decedents may have passed?
No. That's going to be determined by the coroner. The coroner's not here.
It's been about 6 hours since the first report. Why is it taking so long to gain access to start this investigation?
I don't understand.
Well,
it's
been 6 hours since police were first called to the scene. Why is it
so
taking
just to
so
be
long
clear,
for this investigation
just to be clear,
to start?
there's an initial investigation when the patrol officers arrive. When they make a determination that detectives are needed, they will back out. We will conduct a sweep of the area to make sure that it's safe, and then we will comply with the legal process, and then we move forward. I'm not giving you the exact timeline on that, but I'm telling you that it's moving forward. Pete, you had another question.
Yes, a twofold question. One, how soon do we anticipate getting a warrant where you're able to search the entire property, interior and exterior? Second, do we have an ETA on the coroner's arrival? And once they arrive and make an initial determination, will they be able to give you identification that you can then release?
We'll be obtaining the warrant in real time very shortly.
Yeah, I think what Blaine said there too. The owners are dead, and the named heir, if there was no named heir and the owners are dead, I'm pretty sure they could just search it. But if there is a named heir, then they need that person's fucking permission. Yeah, it's pretty convoluted though, dude. This is wild.
We have not obtained it already. In terms of the coroner's ETA, I cannot tell you when their estimated time of arrival is.
Chief,
we're already in communication with the coroner's office.
As far as the overall investigation is concerned, beyond the initial determination, we have 2 scenes inside. We really haven't done anything in the way of any kind of forensics on the death scene itself, right?
That's correct. We've only done preliminary investigation at this point.
The bodies remain inside, correct, Chief?
No, okay, so nothing has occurred inside the house. The house is in the exact same state it was when the officers arrived, just to be clear.
Chief, are we safe in Brentwood tonight?
I'm sorry?
Are we safe in Brentwood tonight, Chief?
I can't hear you.
Are we safe in Brentwood, the neighbors of the community?
Oh, are we safe in Brentwood? I'm sorry. Yeah, so we have officers here at the scene. We have officers in the area. We're not looking for anyone in the Brentwood area at this point. We're not looking for anyone because we're still working on that part of the investigation.
Chief, besides the Reiners,
hold on. Someone over here had a question.
What can you say about the fact that it's been reported it was the son of the family?
I don't understand.
Rob Reiner's son is.
But reported by who?
People.
Okay, I don't know. People magazine or people? I don't know anything about that. Yeah.
Chief,
that did not. Hold on. That did not come from the LAPD. Go ahead.
Deputy Chief, can you give us a sense of how many witnesses, if any, you guys have been able to talk to? Are there people you've been able to already touch base with who've been giving you useful information in terms of what unfolded inside that home?
So we've already been talking to the neighbors. We've already been canvassing the neighborhood and speaking to residents that live around this area. So that's part of our investigation. In terms of someone that may have information regarding what happened inside the residence, we're not going to release that information. That'll be part of the investigation.
Were there other family members living?
There's been no reports from the neighbors regarding hearing anything or seeing anything that we can release to the public.
Were there other family members residing inside the house besides Carl and his wife?
I don't have that information.
Timeline of this murder.
We haven't established that yet.
Dude,
we will.
It's like I have nothing. Nope. Next. Can't answer that, dude. It's so funny.
The part that is publicly releasable, we will release. The cause of death will be released by the LA County coroner.
See, you know what's so funny about these guys is how the reporters are kind of leading, right? Oh, People magazine said this. The mayor said this, and he's like, doesn't come from the LAPD. No comment. Nope, can't comment. Dude, so funny, bro.
Looking into them being stabbed?
We're looking into getting the information.
It shouldn't be funny because the thing is fucking horrible, right? You know what I'm saying? My laughter is about this process, the frustration of the process. Because the crime itself is terrible, man. Like, dude, like getting stabbed to death. He's fucking 80, bro. They're like 78 and 68. Like, what the fuck, man?
From the LA County coroner when it's available.
Were any weapons found at the scene?
Where in the home they were found?
We didn't say.
Were any weapons found at the scene?
We didn't say anything about weapons either.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Again, Alan, we're calling this a double homicide, correct?
We're calling it a death investigation at this point.
Why is the robbery homicide unit involved, sir? Are you able to explain that?
Well, it's a homicide.
That's a good question. He's like, we're calling it a death investigation, dude. And he's like, oh, it's a homicide.
Yeah.
So what's the robbery aspect to it? Are you looking at robbery?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be flippant. Let me be specific. There was recently a change within the department. Robbery Homicide Division handles all homicides now in the city of Los Angeles. So I apologize. I didn't know if you knew that or not. All homicides occurring in the city of Los Angeles are now handled by Robbery Homicide Division as of the end of October. So we handle them all. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody.
That doesn't mean there's a robbery. So let's look at the People magazine article, guys, because People magazine's been writing about this and we may be able to pick up some juice. Okay? And the one reporter brought it up. Yeah, dude, we had an Aussie reporter. So here's what we got. Let's see here. Because they were claiming they have a source. And I know that these reporters were reading their article. All right. Okay. So here's what we got. This one was updated at 10:42 Eastern. So that's actually... No, this is basically a life retrospective. Dude, I saw something with People magazine earlier, but now I'm not finding that article. All right. I mean, I guess we can look and see what the New York Times... This was updated 31 minutes ago. All right, yeah, let's go to the New York Times. All right, I'm sure they got somebody on there. Dude, what a violent weekend, bro. All right, here we go. So, an apparent homicide. Couple's family said they were heartbroken by the loss. So let's see what we got here. Okay, the police were investigating an apparent homicide after a couple were found dead in their home, upscale Brentwood. The family confirmed the deaths through the spokespeople. So the family are talking. So there is a little bit of information, right? It's just hard. Like the cops aren't going to give any shit out. That's just not how they roll. Their job is to make sure they build a case, okay? And says he and his wife, Michelle, were found dead, okay? The officials are investigating it as a homicide, right? So the police responded at 3:40, okay? Reports of deaths at the home. And the officers discovered 2 bodies inside. That guy that we just saw, Alan Hamilton, said they were conducting a death investigation. They have the street blocked off. Okay. But then the family is coming in. Here we go. This is his politics and shit. I mean, they're not really releasing much about this as of yet. Right? So, dude. Yeah, they didn't have much of anything. Right? Okay, here, let's look at this one. All right.
A short statement from 𝗙ecie Reiner, who is Rob Reiner's eldest daughter, an adopted daughter he had with Penny Marshall. He was married to her prior to his marriage to Michelle Reiner. And 𝗙cie, on the phone to our entertainment correspondent, Chloe Melas, said, "I came from the greatest family ever. I don't know what to say. I'm in shock." And I think that's going to be the sentiment around the world.
All right, so that was not helpful. Dude, nobody really has a lot of fucking information that they're releasing, right? That I'm fucking seeing. Everybody is just sort of, oh, here's the People one. This is the one. I found it. Okay, here we go. Hold on, let me take my ad blocker off because this shit's gonna break my ad blocker. But this was the one I was looking for, guys. They're exclusive sources. Okay? Give me 1 sec here because it's gonna take a minute for me to fucking... I have to turn the ad blocker off. It's gonna freeze up my browser. Dude, I hate these websites that have like 1,000 ads. Dude, this shit just fries it. Hold on, I have better luck when I do this in Edge. All right, this was the article I was looking for. There we go. I have better luck in Microsoft Edge. All right, there we go. All right, so this is the meat, guys. Exclusive sources. Does that mean anything anymore? I mean, yes and no. What it means is that they have somebody on the inside. Sometimes these are even police sources. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's speculation. So I'm giving you advance warning here that we may be delving into some shit that's not true. This is just sort of like what we're figuring out on the timeline at the moment with claimed sources. Okay, so we do know that they responded to a medical aid call and found the bodies 3:30. Okay, multiple sources tell people the killer was their son, Nick Reiner, and he's somebody who has had a long history battle with drug addiction and homelessness. I've seen other things online saying that maybe some undiagnosed schizophrenia. There's a lot of shit swirling around. We don't know who called it in. I had heard the daughter called it in, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we find out. It says that Rob Reiner and his wife were killed by their son, Nick, according to multiple sources who have spoken with family members. Police have not confirmed this. Okay. There was a call to provide medical aid at 3:30. They found them dead. Okay. Nick, 32, is alive and being questioned, they say, although you wouldn't know from that first press conference. Right. And then the rest of this, though, just launches into stories about fucking Rob. They do go in here a little bit about Nick saying he struggled with drug addiction. He ended up living on the streets and going in and out of rehab, right? Having like some difficulty. They had made a movie together, though, but it looks like that's it. Okay. So that is all they have. Their exclusive sources are reporting this, but again, with no real backing information, right? I mean, I was homeless for a year, guys, in LA, and I had a job and I had a cell phone that was like my alarm, and I was living out of my car, and it was complicated. I would sleep at El Matador Beach. Sometimes I would crash on people's fucking couches. But let me just tell you, from my experience, the hardest thing about being on the street or like living in your car is not having any privacy. Like everywhere you go, you're in public. Like I could find a place to park to sleep for the night, and 5 minutes later, some neighbor could be shining a flashlight in there and like threatening me with a crowbar or some shit. Get the fuck out of the neighborhood. Like you have no privacy, like none. Okay. And that does something to your fucking head when everything you do is in public and you can't shut out the world. You get sort of invaded by a specific type of energy that, like, for me, I was a lot more short-tempered. I was using substances a lot more, a lot of numbing. I felt, even when I went and stayed at people's houses, I was like on edge a lot. You get like on edge because at any given moment, somebody can just come into your space and fucking like, like when you're in a house, nobody comes up. You have this like protective layer. And so the being on the streets is really fucked up. And that's beside whatever mental health issue you might have. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, I don't know, dude. Like It's complicated, you know. But to me, that was the hardest thing, was that lack of a wall between me and the rest of the world. That when that barrier was down, you feel so vulnerable, right? Like the vulnerability you experience when you can't close yourself off from the outside world is like, it does really fucked up shit to your head. Or it did to mine. It made it real complicated. So let's see if any other papers have information here. Dude, I don't support Rolling Stone. Fuck off, Rolling Stone. I subscribe to you guys. What are you talking about? Dude, come on. You come close to being unhoused. It sucks. It sucks, dude. It really, you know, what's crazy about it is everything I thought was going to be bad about it was not as bad as what was really bad about it. Because ultimately, you know, it wasn't even about, oh, I don't have a home, or, oh, I don't have things. It literally came down to like my inability to put a barrier between me and the outside world started making me go a little bit fucking crazy. And it made me edgy and vulnerable and paranoid and frightened and like I couldn't process my own emotions because I was constantly like having the outside world, like you feel like you're being attacked all the time, right? Because just even if there's nobody around, you feel threatened all the time because you don't have a barrier. It's like really fucking crazy, man. It really messes with your head. Dude, I'm speaking facts. Yeah, I'm speaking facts. It messes with your fucking head, bro. And that's why, guys, it's when you end up there, that's why it's so hard to get out, okay? And the longer you're there, the more your head gets messed with, the harder it becomes to ever trust anyone again. Or like, you know what I mean? It is like, and I'm a guy who, I don't feel unsafe. You know what I mean? Like I've been in New York, I've been all over the place. I don't feel unsafe. But I did when I was homeless. I felt unsafe all the time. I felt vulnerable all the time. That was crazy. And you're right too. Often I was trespassing, you know what I'm saying? But it got better when I would go to El Matador Beach. I would take a firewood bundle, and there's a beach called El Matador that's a drive up PCH. It's about probably 40 minutes from like whatever, West Hollywood, 45 minutes at night. But you go to El Matador and there's a hike down, and it's a place where people have bonfires. And so you could take a bundle of wood and go start a fire down there, and I would sleep out there. I had a blanket and my cell phone was my alarm. I would wake up and just take a dip in the ocean, change into my work clothes, and go to work. But then though, you worry, like, am I going to get robbed? Right? I have my guitar. I have a backpack here. Am I going to wake up? I'm going to go to sleep right now. Am I going to wake up and all my shit is gone? Right? You don't know. I mean, I never got robbed. I got really lucky, but it's fucking nerve-wracking even when you're out, like, when you're out in a safe area. But I've said this before, and this is part of my compassion. Being homeless is a lot of work, okay? The people, like, this is why I hate it when people look at homeless people and act like they're lazy and they're shitty. It's like, if you spend some time being homeless, it is fucking work, man. The people, especially if they've been out there for a while and they are struggling and their like feet are fucked up, or they've had health issues and shit, not to mention whatever mental health, even if they're in perfect mental health, surviving all day in that environment, like out with the wolves, is like, it is a lot of fucking work. They are working hard to survive. Just finding a place to take a shit, is fucking work, man. You know what I mean? They have to, like, every day they got to find a place to, like, take a shit, or that's beyond, like if they want to get even remotely clean, find food, right? And then a lot of times you end up drinking and doing drugs just to numb the pain, you know? Dude, I can't even imagine being an opiate addict on the street. Like, bro, that is like, you know, homeless, and you're usually selling sex at that point, right? If you're an addict on the street, an opiate addict, you're probably in the sex trade doing something that, you know, and probably getting wildly taken advantage of. I mean, right? Selling drugs, or you're just in a constant state of withdrawal. I mean, I did have a friend who wasn't into opiates. I had a friend who went homeless from meth. And I used to help him for a while. Like we would hang out, we would party together, and I would let him hang out at my house while we were partying. But then you know what happened? Like, check this out. Okay, here's an example. So there was this guy named Brad who went homeless. We were all into meth, but he went off the deep end and he stole some money from a girl he was living with. And so she booted him. That is one thing, guys, that I did personally when I was a drug addict, when I was a couch surfer, when I was homeless. I had one golden rule. I will not steal from anyone close to me. And I'm telling you right now, that can be the difference between life and death, because when you steal from the people who give you a place to stay for a night, they close their door to you. And then you become super desperate when you get enough doors closed. So I never stole from anyone close to me. I would steal from a grocery store. I would fucking steal from, like, I would score somebody drugs and pinch, you know what I mean? I'd steal, but I would never steal from the people that were helping me out. And I believe that for me, that was the thing that like all the doors never got closed because of that. Okay. But like my friend Brad, okay, my friend Brad, he ended up homeless. And like I said, I used to let him come over and take a shower. I would party with him and fucking, you know, whatever. We'd stay up all night doing partying. But you know what happened? One day I wake up and I'm like strung out and there's police at my door, LAPD at like 7 a.m. And I'm like, what are you guys doing here? And they're like, well, your friend Brad is living on the roof of this apartment building. And I was like, what? And I'm like, no, that guy is like a dude I knew. He's not my friend. He was like homeless. I like let him use my shower and shit a couple times. But like, that guy's not my friend. You can fucking throw his ass, take him away. Right? That's what he did. He and another guy had mattresses up on the roof of my apartment building, and all their shit, he'd been living on my roof, dude. And my manager was taking out the trash and they were throwing glass bottles off the roof of my apartment building at my manager. And so I was like, fuck him, bro. And then the door closed, right? And so that's the kind of shit you don't want to do, dude. And I went up there and I was like, oh my God, dude. They had so much shit up there. Fucking degenerates, boss. Right? Like, dude, throwing bottles at my fucking apartment manager. Dude, and I was like, at the time, I was an IV drug using like meth head, and the police knocking on my door. Thank God I had a long sleeve shirt on, or they would have dragged me out of my fucking apartment. Dude, that was the end, boss. I was not pleased. Jesus. Dude, I mean, you just can't do that shit, bro. Right? You just, like, that'll get you the booted. All right, so here, you ready? So here we have a little more information, guys. Okay, it says here, as of Sunday night, the LAPD have not officially identified a suspect, but Rolling Stone confirmed that Reiner's son, Nick, was involved in the homicide. And it says a source confirmed to Rolling Stone the couple's daughter, Romy, found their parents' bodies. Okay? The couple were found dead Sunday afternoon. All right? The paramedics were called at 3:30. Firefighters discovered a death. So it does look like, according to this, the son, Nick, is involved, and the daughter, Romy, found the bodies. That is an unenviable position. All right. But other than that, it does look like they're pretty tight-lipped about this. But Rolling Stone said they had confirmed that Nick has something to do with it So this probably is a little bit why they had that search warrant situation, you know? But most of this is just biographical stuff about Rob Reiner. All right. But Rolling Stone is saying it. Dude, that shit is crazy. Just crazy, boss. Dude, and now people are saying the craziest shit. Dude, it's wild, boss. Yeah, no, I bet the comment section is like, so let's look up what we got, right? See, we saw this shit where people are saying the son is trans. Dude, Nick Reiner is not trans, right? You know what I'm saying? They were found by their daughter, Romy, right? And it is obviously, my thing is once they were mentioning needing a search warrant to search the premises is where I started thinking that it was the son, right? This is the guy that is suspected. So I guess we're not going to have a lot of information. Here's a little film clip of these guys.
They brought us closer together. I mean, it was like over a period of a year. It was intense. It was difficult at times, but it was also the most satisfying creative experience I've ever had.
What was the most difficult part about working together for the two of you? I mean, I have trouble working together with my dad on yard work, let alone, a 2-year movie.
Well, what kind of yard work do you do?
That could be where it lies. I don't like raking,
Well, there you go. You got some negatives going in. What did you think? What was the toughest for you? What do you think, Nick?
It wasn't very tough. I mean, it was a pretty nice experience for me. I don't really think it was like tough at all.
Really?
A little bit.
So here feels kind of creepy, like watching this shit, but like there's a particular affliction, okay, that happens in families like this. And I don't know, dude. It's like when you're Rob Reiner's son, okay? If you're Rob Reiner's son, you are existing in like a massive shadow your whole life, right? You know what I mean? When your dad is like this famous, beloved, voice of a generation kind of person, wildly successful, you grow up in that environment, you are stuck in the shadow. And then maybe your dad has a lot of expectations for you, or maybe he doesn't even notice you at all. There can be a lot of dynamics. You know what I'm saying? And like, so I don't know. I think sometimes it is very hard to grow up in a, family with a really powerful, successful dad. Like for me as a kid, my dad didn't amount to much. And so like for me, it was like, it was really easy for me to interface in my family because it was easy for me to feel successful. Okay. And I know even with me and my son, we've had a lot of discussions where sometimes my son has felt like he's in the shadow a little bit because I am so ostentatious all the time. Right. And so I don't know, man. I think there's a little bit of a dynamic that if you are the son of somebody really famous, and especially if you have mental health issues, you know what I mean? Like drug addiction. Let me just tell you this too. drug addiction is hard when you're rich, okay? It is. The more resources you have, like my rich friends had a real hard fucking time surviving the drug addiction thing because they can always go to fancy rehabs and you go through the system. It can sometimes be even harder for rich people to get out. And you're right, dude, Rob did fully separate from his dad, right? Rob like made it, but not everybody makes it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you look at the number of child stars or young stars that don't go on to have long burgeoning careers. I mean, look at like Ron Howard compared to everyone else on fucking Happy Days, you know? I don't know, dude. I think and the reason why I'm saying this, guys, is I don't want to I don't want to make a case for like, oh, their life is so hard, because no, that's not it. But I think sometimes in these really wealthy families with a really successful, wildly successful parent or whatever, they're breeding grounds for a type of dysfunction that turns into really brutal, outrageous crimes. Okay? If you add a little mental illness into a family that has too much money and maybe they're not putting enough time and effort into recognizing the problems, or they think they can buy the problems away with therapy. I think sometimes those wealthy families can be cauldrons of explosive crimes because they're like pressure cookers of dysfunction that sometimes doesn't get noticed because so much attention is on the person up at the top, and it's like, which is why I think you see like, Dan or Phil Hartman, a lot of times you have these fucking really famous people having these, shocking, brutal crime. And I think I think the environment is prone to that. Like, because a lot of times these families are about appearances and like, all kinds of shit. Like even, and guys, even as beloved as Rob Reiner is out there politicking and being this great actor we all look up to, we don't know what it was like when he was frustrating and parenting his drug-addicted son behind the scenes. We don't know. That could have been a very complicated relationship, fraught with like, chaos, and add a little mental illness. My son is like, we have this great relationship, but we have our landmines, things we get stuck on, and murder is on a different level. I mean, it is and it isn't, guys. If you have certain mental health issues, murder's not on that much of a level. If you have some schizophrenia or some type of mania, like sometimes these murders happen in these like crimes of like something snaps and shit just happens in a flurry, right? In a fit of rage. I mean, if you have a little bit of mental illness, like people are capable of some pretty crazy shit, guys. I don't know, man. I've just seen some shit. I've seen some shit in my own family of like this jovial, warm dad who the wrong switch gets flipped and he's got his arm around somebody's neck and like shit goes haywire they call it a crime of passion for a reason, right? I mean, there is some type of underlying mental illness though. There is like I guarantee it. It's just, I think what's hard is sometimes wealthy people have really, and poor people too, but I think sometimes wealthy people, the mental illness can stay undiagnosed in a way, right? Because they go to fancy rehabs and they're always like, I'm sorry I let you down, Dad. They're usually educated. There's a lot of expectations. And so maybe they're not thinking schizophrenia or they're not thinking, bipolar or something. You just don't know. Like, I don't know. It can be easy to overlook some shit when you're really, the thing that comes to mind is Andy Reid, the coach of the Chiefs. While he was out there building a football dynasty, he had a son dying of a drug overdose, and like, I don't know, man. It's just sometimes that shit really like festers in those wealthy environments. It's a little more complicated because one thing I will say this, you ready? You ready? Is my experience, right? I had a lot of friends in Beverly Hills when I went to UCLA, and I'm going to make a generalization here that could be wrong, but I've discovered there is a little truth to this generalization. I have found that in families with less money, there is oftentimes more interpersonal openness amongst the family members. And in families with a lot of money, because of the pressure of appearances and the social codes of like fitting into that judgmental society where parents are worried about getting canceled or the bad opinions, there's a lot more of like, you have no feelings. We're not talking about this. You bury it. You just get your shit together and fucking don't embarrass me kind of vibe. There's much more disconnection and suppression in these wealthy appearances families. And yes, often shared addictions, access to money, right? Access to more drugs and shit. But it feels like in the poorer houses, there's a little more openness. The families aren't so worried about like seeing the problems. Whereas in the wealthy families, sometimes they will ignore the problems even more so than in the poor, right? That I've kind of noticed some of that to be true, that it seems like shit gets less dealt with, right? I don't know, man. I've noticed it. I'm sure it's not everybody, but there's much more of an expectation to fucking shut the fuck up, don't talk about that shit, and fucking do what needs to be done in a wealthy family. They don't want to look at certain things, especially if they're like gonna cause harm to the money makers. You know what I mean?
Tough at all.
Really?
A little bit, but.
I mean, we did get into fights over things, but ultimately it forced us to make the film better. I mean, we get into issues, and I would see, the whole process for me, I can just speak for myself, it did make me understand him a lot more, and I think it made me a better father.
Even in watching this interview, like the way he's taken charge of the interview and he's comfortable and like, right? He's like, I'm Rob Reiner, I'm the director, I'm the spokesman. And you can tell this guy doesn't have a lot of footing in this world. And like, I don't know, man. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes with these guys.
It did. I don't know, but I think that, and you'll see it in the film, what happens is, your kid, if your kid is going through rough times, the parent your main job is to keep your child safe. So I would do anything. I felt at a loss. So I would do anything that, as we say in the film, anybody with a desk and a diploma, I would.
See, that's hard too, though, because the type of codependence, right? I mean, I guarantee you ready? Let me just tell you what I said about my mom earlier. How I said my mom was so codependent that the way I survived getting off drugs was to move away from my mom. Even though I didn't live with her, she would rescue me endlessly, and it would have killed me when I was an addict. I had to get away from her rescuing and hit my own rock bottom in order to survive and get out of my addiction. She would have just taken care of me until I killed myself, right? You know what I'm saying? And like, so anywhere there's an addict, there's a huge fucking codependent, you know what I'm saying? And like, it's pretty, I don't know, complicated, but yeah, dude, murdering your parents is wild. That is fucking wild, bro. That just, to me, that reeks of some significant mental illness. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't have a long history of violence, I'm gonna say there's some kind of schizophrenia or other like that level of you know what I mean? There's some deep dissociation that's involved with like knife murdering your fucking parents, or like being a straight sociopath. There's something going on, because that's a line that like it's pretty hard to cross that shit.
listen to them, and the whole idea of tough love, and you have to be a certain way, and it's not my nature, it's not the way I am built, but I went and did that, and I think that, at the end of the day, I know my child better than an expert does, and I probably should have trusted my own instinct, and that's one of the things I did learn about the whole experience.
Oh, dude, see that line? I know my child better than the expert does. Dude, I love Rob, but he is like sounding like extraordinarily codependent here in this interview while his kid is just sort of like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know, dude. Again, not a reason to commit a murder and shit, but like, I'm sure there's some dynamics here that we don't fucking know about. Because there are some experts that are pretty bad, but there's also, like, I guarantee you, if you have an addicted kid, you have a codependent parent, one or more, and that shit is hard. I
think the bonding came not from the story itself, but from the fact that we were working on a movie together, and I could see him in I would think, in the form that he could express himself the best, which is making movies, because he has so much experience. And so seeing that sort of turned me around to be like, okay, I should probably...
No, sorry, I'm responding.
I should probably shut up and listen to him, because he knows a lot more about this. I don't know anything, so I'll learn whatever he has to teach me.
I just think that's such a...
Dude, yeah. Dude, it's just unthinkable, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is unthinkable, right? But, dude, yeah, it's crazy. See, the thing, though, about this, guys, and like, a lot of people disagree with what I'm about to say, but, like, I believe... Okay, after growing up in a household with sociopathic people, right? Obviously, like one of the people who sexually abused me was a sociopath. He's in prison right now. My dad had been in prison. He's definitely a sociopath, right? He didn't sexually abuse me. He just physically abused me. I have another half brother who is, schizophrenic and on medication. I've been around a lot of mental illness and sociopathy. And like, one of the things that I discovered through that is every family, okay, no matter what the family is, every family has some generational trauma that includes mental illness and includes some type of addiction or codependence or what have you. Like, we all inherit some shit. And like, when I look at this, I look at it in the murder and I think this is horrifying, but I also believe that every single one of us has that rage and that like some type of mental illness, some type of push button in us that if the circumstances were to line up and we were to suffer certain types of abuse and rejection and in the right set of circumstances, that any of us could be driven to some really barbaric shit. And like, if we've never had any feelings like that or never been close to doing barbaric shit, it's just kind of a miracle of our, like, we should be grateful that we haven't. I think one of the reasons why we suffer as a society is we look at the people who do this barbaric shit like they're weird animals that were special, evil. Oh, they're not like us. But that's the problem. They are like us. This could be any of us. And the root of my compassion is rooted in, even when I see somebody do something fucking heinous, I realize that could have been me, right? Like today, we were driving to the movie theater and we saw a bunch of drugged out people on the street. And I was looking at them and I said to Jenny, I said, part of the reason why I don't resent the homeless is I look at them on the street and I know that absolutely could have been me. Like, that could be me on that fucking street corner. And it's not because I'm special or have a great will or I'm really tough. It's because I got fucking lucky that I never had enough heartbreaks in a row to put me there. Or I didn't steal from my friends. There's one thing I did right that saved me. But like, It could have been me. It could be any of us. If you lose your house and your relationship and your job and a mental illness from your family flares up, any one of us could commit a barbaric act or do something heinous or end up in a really like bottom feeding position. And it's like remembering that is what makes me not hate those people necessarily and try to respond with compassion, you know? And you know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know, man, you know, like my half brother that I said went off his schizophrenia medication, my mom found knives under his pillow. He could have done to my mom and her boyfriend what happened at Rob Reiner's, right? I mean, these things can happen. Like, it's just life is really unpredictable and you know, like crazy, barbaric, rageful things fucking happen. That doesn't mean the people don't deserve punishment or don't deserve to be locked up and shit. But I really don't think that it's some special kind of evil. And that's why it's so shocking, because I think we want to believe it's a special evil because then it's not going to happen to us. It's a protective mechanism to think you have to be some weird, special, broken person, because if we accept the reality that it could happen to any of us, it could be your partner that does it, or your brother, or your neighbor. You know what I mean? Like right? And that idea is too much for people to bear, I think. So people convince themselves that only the evil people do this shit. When in fact, I don't think it's so. I think it can really sometimes can happen to anyone. And that's really scary. And you know, processing that though, without living in fear of it is, you know what I mean? Is like, you know, I mean, it's fucking, you know, it's very complicated, right? And, you know, I saw somebody saying like, we need mental asylums. I mean, I don't know. Mental asylums are not always the answer because there's lines to toe, guys. Okay. Because the thing that's so tricky about the you know, the homelessness and the drug addiction and some of these mental health orders is the idea of consent. Okay. Because when you have a mental health facility that you just put the people that have crazy behavior in, like that system gets abused. And then a lot of people that aren't really that crazy, but are just having a fucking, you know, a thing, right? That are just having a tough time, end up getting locked away for a long time against their will, right? And you know what I mean? And there's abuse, and yes, there's just all kinds of shit. So it is just a really complicated, it's complicated because a lot of people need a lot of help. And many people don't want to work the jobs that provide the type of help that people that are struggling need. And that's it. So some people are just in the cracks because they need help, but nobody wants to help them. You know, we don't have an infrastructure in America that is set up to help people that have no help. Okay. They become like court files. Okay, they do. They become a file, a manila folder filled with paperwork that people look at and are like, oh, this person is difficult, right? Or this person is incorrigible. That's what they used to call the women who wouldn't play ball. They'd have homes for incorrigible women, right? And you know, it's like, you know, I don't know, dude. It's just a really complicated, you know, situation. And there are some shit like psychedelics. Sure, mushrooms and MDMA, there are a lot of treatments available, but you know what it is, guys? You know what it is there is it's not a capitalism business, right? You know what I mean? Like taking care of the mentally ill is never going to make money, so capitalism is never going to fucking do it. Okay, because in capitalism, it's everything that generates large amounts of money gets the attention, whether it's good or bad. It can be making weapons, making drugs. Capitalism feeds only the things that generate resources, and helping the mentally ill generates zero fucking money. So it's always going to be overlooked in capitalism. You know, and yeah, the thoughts and prayers don't work. Dude, people relying on prayers. But I like to have a compassion-based, you know, outlook about this shit, right? I do. I believe that, you know, like compassion-based is really important. And it's hard, man. It's hard. But all right, let's move on, dude. We'll be talking more about Rob Reiner, you know, tomorrow. You're a psych RN, right, in your experience. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, guys, I have a lot of experience with mental illness because we had a lot of mental illness in my family. Like I've already told you, like my dad, narcissist, alcoholic, my mom, codependent, narcissist, right? A half brother with schizophrenia, other siblings that have some, I have a mania, crazy mania. I don't bottom out with the depression. I've also, like, my dad's sister, my aunt, she was married to a guy who killed himself, right? Dude, that was a whole nightmare. Like, there have been some suicides. It's just a lot, man. And every family has some kind of fucking mental illness that they're grappling with, you know? You know what I mean? It's just, we all have it somewhere in there. And sometimes it presents innocuously. Sometimes it's workaholism, right? Your dad wasn't addicted to drugs, but he was addicted to working. And his workaholism caused rifts in the family relationships, in the fatherly relationships. Dude, workaholism is like the #1 capitalist addiction. That and, like, you know, creating money. I mean, there's all kinds of ways that addiction works, you know? You know what I mean? Dude, yeah, it's like, it's a traumatic world, man. And capitalism doesn't make it less so. But yeah, let's move on. Dude, let's move on a little bit. We probably won't get to Brown University today, but we can look at the Bondi. Dude, the Bondi shit, dude, this shit is crazy. Like, what are we doing? You know, like, this kind of like, dude, I don't know, man. This stuff is just brutal, okay? Right? And, I mean, look at this shit, dude. What are they doing? Bondi Beach is what globalized the Intifada looks like. Like, dude, what a dick move, bro. See, this I don't like, guys, okay? Because can I just show you, okay? Like, I know there was an anti-Semitic attack, Bondi Beach, right? Definitely, it's hyping into this whole triggering this Islamophobia. But here's one of the things that I like to keep a fucking mind about is this, okay? Where I said right here, okay? I said, right? The man who jumped the terrorist shooter in Australia, took the fucking gun away, was a Muslim, okay? Right? The guy who did that heroic move was a Muslim, okay? Were the shooters Muslims? I mean, I guess, right? But the guy who did the heroic move was also a Muslim. So the thing is Muslims didn't commit the crime in Bondi Beach, okay? Some really hateful terrorist guys did the crime there. And it doesn't really matter what fucking religion they were. You can't judge the whole religion. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing that's really hard about this, right? Is these shooters may have had some toxic terrorist message, okay? But the point being is that doesn't mean we have to lump the whole fucking religion in on this thing. But I do understand, I don't know, I understand the tendency because I grappled with this when talking about evangelical Christians, okay? That, like, I understand how we grapple about it, but like this, every time one of these things happen, you know, you see the ism, because the ism in anti-Semitism is anytime like a Jewish guy does something, they're like, see, look at the Jews. Anytime a Muslim guy, right, the anti-Muslimism or, you know, Islamophobia Every time a Muslim guy commits a crime, it's like, look at what the Muslims did, or Donald Trump's talking about the Somalis. And that's, you know, to me, that's pretty sad. You know what I'm saying? Because like, it's not all of them, you know, and, you know, but like we forget that shit. But this headline though, dude, this headline is gnarly. Of course, from Brett Stevens too. You know what I mean? Like this shit is fucking crazy. But look at this though. The gun murder rate in Australia, where 15 were killed at Bondi Beach, is 6,000% lower than the U.S. And this is something that's bothered me, guys, is all day I've been seeing right-wingers say, nobody in Australia has guns. That's why this happened. And it's like, no, man, they have way less killings in Australia. Like way, 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 way less. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They have way less. This kind of shit happens almost every day in America. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is there is the saying, guns don't kill people, people kill people. But here's the thing, is people kill people, which is why you don't want them to have easy access to any machinery that enables faster and more efficient killing of people. Okay? Right? They keep saying, oh, if you put gun laws, they're going to attack with knives. Yeah. Well, it's real hard to kill 15 people with a fucking knife, bro. You know, a couple guys can walk up and disarm the knife guy with 15 people, or a cop with a gun can show up and put him down, right? You know? Dude, yeah, there's just not a lot of mass murders. Like, let's look at here, last mass shooting in Australia. Okay, you ready? So the last mass shooting in Australia, right? We had 16 people dead, and previous, all right, you ready? Here we go. So prior to this one, the last mass shooting in Australia, an incident, 4 more people, not including the perpetrator, killed by a non-family member, was June of 2019. A man fatally shot 4 men and wounded another woman. Okay, and then there was a murder-suicide in December of 2022. 6 people died during a shootout with police and Christian extremists. So there was a mass event in 2022, and then there was a mass shooting in 2019. So 2 in 6 years, okay? And you ready for this? How many mass shootings occurred in America in 2025 so far? And so there have been 400 mass shootings in America. So they've had 2 mass shooting events in 6 years, and we've had 400 this year. Dude, what the fuck, bro? I mean, it is the guns, guys. It is the guns. Dude, yeah, so Mandy, I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm removing you, Mandy, because you're fucking annoying with your whole shit. Oh, criminals will have guns, so you're taking guns. Fuck off. Right? Thank you for coming out. We appreciate you. But that bullshit is tired because criminals apparently don't have a lot of guns in Australia because they've only had 2 mass shootings in fucking a couple of years. Yeah, I know. I saw that person. They were just being a right-wing troll. Time for them to go. We're not going to... Dude, because that's nonsense. Okay? That's nonsense. Gun laws help. Okay? They do. If for no other reason, they're like karmically... You know what it is, guys? Let me just tell you what it is, guys. You know what it is? It's setting the tone. Okay? Now, having gun laws doesn't mean you're not going to have crimes. There's going to be some gun crimes. Here, we just want to have assault rifle laws. Okay? We don't even want to get rid of handguns. But the thing about this, guys, is it's setting the tone. Okay? When you pass laws to restrict the flow of guns when there's a lot of mass shootings. You are saying to your citizenry, you know, we really don't want mass shootings. We want to create a culture where we're not shooting each other with assault rifles. And then that type of mentality bleeds down. Okay, but when you have a culture that says, oh, they can shoot each other in schools and we're just going to keep putting more guns into the system. We're not going to provide you with mental health care. We're going to pray when a shooting happens. That tells the citizenry, we don't care if there's mass shootings. And so if you have a mental break and commit a mass shooting, like, we're fine with that. Okay, that's what it says. You know what I'm saying? It's like what you do doesn't remove all of the crime, but the type of leadership you do, it does bleed down to the way people act. It simply does, right? It does. You know, that's why when Trump is in there saying nasty shit and picking fights and taking sides and saying, I'm only going to help my people, you get a lot more like violent activity. And you get a lot more people, you know, crazier, violent shit happens when Trump is in office. And it did his first time too. Domestic violence rates go up. It's because of the leadership. The leadership is rabid and aggressive and attacky. And that gives permission to other people, especially ones with mental illness. Like I told you, we emulate. Okay, we do. And if your leader's running around being rude and short-shrifted and fucking, he's aggressively attacking everyone, like the people underneath that leader are going to get more attacky. They're going to emulate it. It's just a fact of life. Okay? It is. It's a fact of life. The rhetoric matters, and I think the type of leadership that matters. You know, and I have another thing, guys. Now, obviously, if Bondi Beach, if it was sort of like ideology motivated, that brings a whole other thing with terrorism and shit. But my thing is this, guys, is I believe there is a power problem that comes with guns. Okay? And let me explain this. This is my theory of why this shit is so unpredictable and why it doesn't make sense. And it's not always just the evil weirdos with mental illness. So the thing is, guys, if you've ever held one, if you've ever shot one, a gun provides the person holding it with godlike power. When you have a gun, you are a god. You can point that gun at someone and say, get down on your hands and knees, strip naked and lick the fucking floor, and that person will do it. You can command people. You have like insane amount of power that you can end somebody's existence. The amount of power you have when you're holding a gun is divine. It is unhuman, okay? And now, my thing is that when somebody's holding a gun and they have that power, power corrupts people. So you can have a totally normal guy who doesn't appear to have any mental health issues, and you put a gun in his or her hand, and that power like flows through their body, and maybe something bad happens in their life, and unpredictable shit can happen. A totally normally non-aggressive guy who doesn't have a care in the world can lose a relationship and get a gun in his hand, and all of a sudden he's ready to kill somebody because of the power corrupting him, and he's wounded from this relationship ending or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? And this is different than like Bondi, where it seems like there was some ideological motivation. But what I'm saying is there is a power, right, that is, and by divine, I just mean greater than human, okay? When I use the word divine, I'm not talking about a deity or religion. I'm talking about that which is greater than human. Right? Which is like I believe the energy, the shared collective subconscious we all share, where I get like my song ideas from and my creativity. I call it the divine. I don't believe there's a God distributing that or owning it. I believe it's a shared thing, a global shared, with us, the humans, the animals, the planet. But I call it divine because it is like sort of beyond human comprehension. It's beyond human comprehension that I can, you know, put my antenna out and I can, you know, pull song lyrics out from somebody's pain on the other side of the planet. And like somebody thousands of miles from me can I can take their pain out of this like energy source and relate to it and then put it into a song. You know what I mean? That's kind of like, you know, I've had experience with this where I write songs and I'm just grabbing like shit that I'm not generating it as much as I'm a conduit to it from like the humanity thing, you know, and I consider it to be divine, you know, but it's not. It's like, I think religious people see that shit and they think it's God and they think there's a ruler and then it turns into a power thing. And mine is just more like, no, that's the fabric we're all tied into and we share it. And like, you know, but whatever, I call it divine. And anyway, you know, the guns give human beings too much power. Okay, that's it. Human beings are easily corrupted by power. And I think a gun in the hands of fucking human beings. And no, I mean exactly what I said. Okay, I'm sorry. I know you're trying to tell me what I mean, but no, I mean what I said and not what you say I mean. I think I explained myself like quite clearly, right? I know you want to tell me what I mean. No, I mean what I said, right? Exactly what I said is what I mean. But yes, guns provide human beings with too much power. That's just it, guys. Like, and you know what I'm saying? Guns provide humans with too much fucking power. You know, they do. And that's kind of the root of this is guns. Like, we shouldn't have that much power. And then when we get it, you know, it's different. I mean, dude, cars are power though, but cars are another example, right? Cars are another example that, like, you know what I'm saying? Cars are another example where people act unpredictably with cars, right? You just want to understand the thought. I mean, you know, maybe you won't understand it right now and you'll understand it like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you don't understand what I mean about that fabric, you're just going to have to hear me describe it 100 more times over various streams, right? But, you know, like cars are another thing, though. I think cars are a great example. Road rage, people behave weird in cars. Why? Because when you're driving 5,000 pounds of metal around, you have this insane power, right? It's the power. Yeah, it goes to your head, man. But like, Chan, you'll maybe understand it one day. We'll get there. Right? We will. It's just hard. It's hard to explain the unexplainable, right? But yeah, dude, I think I think it's the power with guns. We never address that, guys. Like, we don't have this conversation in America about this shit. Why is there road rage? Why do parents hit kids? Why is there domestic abuse? It's a power dynamic, right? If the man is, you know, has this woman under a controlling power dynamic, he has so much power, it goes to his head, and then he crosses that line. Like, many of our crimes come down to power and powerlessness, but we don't have these fucking discussions. We always look at it as they're evil, they're possessed by the devil. You know what I mean? You know? It is like, it is power, right? That's why CEOs commit heinous crimes. That's why pastors commit heinous crimes. Politicians, right? People that have guns in their hands, people when they're driving their cars. Power fucks people up. And you know what I'm saying? I will say one more thing though about that thing is like my philosophy, right? The last thing about what Chan was, I guess, trying to get at, Ridge, I think the infinite or divine is beyond what our brains can fathom. It can be sensed, though, still figuring it out. Yeah, so what I believe it is, guys, thank you, Ridge. Appreciate you. I will say this. My understanding of the divine, and I could talk about it forever, but I'm not going to because I can't get derailed. But it is, if you study quantum physics, if you study physics, you know that we are all moving things, okay? We are energy, all right? We are atoms that are little pieces of energy moving at incredibly high rates. Our entire body, our table, the air, all of this is energy. And then we travel in waves, sine waves, light waves, right? Where there's ups and downs. So we have, elation, depression, elation, depression. As the Buddhists say, everything is coming together or everything is falling apart, or everything is coming together or everything is falling apart. There's two states of being. Either everything is coming together, everything is falling apart on those sine waves, and we're all energy. So what I'm saying is that all of that energy that we are existing in the air, that like it travels with these waves, which means, if there are people hurting in Gaza, we are all taking in that hurt. Even in America, every day, we are taking in all the hurt and all the joy of the whole world. It's just a lot of us are not even aware that we're interacting with that energy. Okay, that's why we walk around reacting all the time. And that's why if you put negative energy out into the world, you can get some of that back, because energy begets energy. And so what I believe is that there is just like a giant, ever ebbing and flowing field of energy that every human being, animal, and the earth, we are all interacting with this. Everything we put out into the world and feel goes into that. Everything everyone else on the planet feels is going into that. And at any given moment, we are taking all of that in, or you can put your antenna out. Some of us who are artists are like very adept at tuning into that shit. I can put my antenna out and feel the whole world's pain, and I can pull it into me and process it and create a song, right? And like, to me, it feels very divine, because it's not really, it's sort of beyond human, because it's like, it is like whatever. I don't know if it's quantum energy or what. I don't even try to understand it. I just know that the reason we should eradicate all suffering is because we all experience the pain. Like, if there's one person on the globe suffering, we're all being affected by it. Like, everything that every human being does on this planet is affecting every other human being on this planet. And that's why things like compassion and eradicating suffering and all that shit is just really important. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And that's like part of my belief system. You know what I'm saying? And like, I believe that religions are talking about that too, but they're sort of adapting, they're like attaching rulers to it and creating a power structure. But like, I believe that. And when I talk to my kid, he's like, Dad, you sounds like that's a religion. And I don't really think of it as a religion. I think of it as like a spiritual connection to like the everything, right? You know what I'm saying? And this chat does have moderators. I'm the moderator, but why are you asking? Do you have some sort of issue or something? Right? You know what I mean? Oh, because we have this person talking about the brain chips and shit. Is that what it is? That's getting a little whacked out. I mean, I don't really see all the messages, but we can go ahead and remove that. I don't really like that kind of energy, right? When you start talking about brain chips and shit. Yeah, we're going to nip that one in the bud. I'm mostly the moderator. And I mean, we have some other moderators too, but I don't see everything. If you ever have an issue, just let me know, right? You can tag me and we'll deal with it, right? Because I know sometimes, people come in and they're just trolling or whatever, right? Yeah, just point it out. We can get rid of it. Dude, was he kind of threatening? Yeah, I really missed it. I mean, just let me know if someone's being threatening. I mean, I don't see all the messages, right? But I did, when I looked at his messages, I was like, oh yeah, let's get rid of that. But a lot of times, guys, when we get late like this, it's just me. So just let me know, or the moderator steps out and, there's Bradshaw and Jenny, but Jenny went to bed. Bradshaw's off at getting food and shit. But if you let me know, if you just tag me, right? I take care of that. I just don't always see it. Sometimes chat's moving fast. But yeah, so let's look at the guy, the fucking dude who, right? The dude who wrestled the gun away, right? Was crazy. Okay? All right? And this is the guy who, and what's crazy about this, guys, is let's process this. Okay? Because this guy, I don't know that I'm going to watch the video because I think I would get tagged with it. I think like I would get pinged, right? So we'll just look at the picture. But I do want to point this out. This guy saw a shooter here. Okay? I know. But this, though, guys, is what is so amazing about this, right? Who is Bradshaw? He's just a mod, right? So this person with the gun, okay, there were still people shooting. So this guy knew this was not the only shooter. There's like a pedestrian bridge off to the right here where there were other shooters, which is why you see this guy get behind the tree. Now, let me just tell you, okay? Let me just tell you guys that there's a problem here, okay? Because here's what I was thinking when I watched this video. Was number one, when this guy took the gun away, he was also, now this guy takes the gun away and there's another shooter out there that could very well be shooting him. But there was another problem though, okay? There were two shooters. Here's the other problem though, guys, is once this guy took the gun away, he was now a Muslim with a gun, which meant if the cops showed up, they were maybe going to kill him. Like you may have seen this guy after he took the gun, he like leaned it against the tree because he knew like, okay, I took the gun away, but like if the cops show up and I have this gun, they're going to kill me. They're going to think I am the shooter, right? And so that is like a dual problem, right? He walked in, took this gun away from this guy, but then he had another problem of like, now I could potentially, someone could come along and shoot me thinking I'm the shooter. And so that's what is so crazy about these shooting events, guys, is if you have a mall shooting and some guy comes out with a gun to help shoot the bad guy, somebody else thinks the guy with the gun is the bad guy, and another good guy with the gun starts shooting the other good guy with the gun, and then pretty soon you just have a mess, okay? And it can be very dangerous, you know? But this is really bold, right? Some say he did not kill the shooter because they're both Muslims. Yeah, see, everybody's turning this into this Muslim shit. But like, dude, I think this guy didn't kill the guy because who wants to shoot someone? You know? I mean, I know, guys, Americans, we have this fantasy here, especially in the right wing. They have a bunch of guns and they think, ooh, stand my ground. You know, you break into my house, I'm going to shoot you. But here's the problem, guys. Okay, the problem is if somebody breaks into your house and you kill him with that gun, you are now entering a lifetime of PTSD from killing that guy. Okay? You will now have a lifetime of PTSD that could destroy your relationship with your kids and your wife, and you could lose that home. You could lose your job. You could end up shooting more people. You could develop a crazy substance abuse problem. The point being is you can't take another human life and be unscathed. This is why soldiers come back and are so fucked up. Okay? It's like even if you're defending yourself, you will pay a price for that type of energy. Taking a life is a very crazy energy, even if you're doing it in self-defense. Even if you're protecting your wife, there's going to be a lifetime of fucking trauma that you will have to overcome. You know? You know what I'm saying? That, like, even if you're a good person, I mean, talk to some soldiers. Like, even when you're doing it for all the right reasons, you saved the whole platoon. Everyone would be dead if you didn't do that. Man, there's a trauma that comes with this behavior of like taking a life. And it's the same. Like I said this before about the guys, the half brothers who sexually abused me, right? You ready for this? I was a victim of this heinous abuse, right? Crazy abuse, whatever. But I'm telling you guys, I'd rather be the victim than the perpetrator. The victim has the easier experience in a way. Like it is, I was able to go to therapy and rid myself of that because I didn't go out and offend. I got sober and I fucking, right? But like the half brothers who abuse me, like they're way more fucked up than I am. Them abusing me and who knows who else they abused, but they are way more fucked up. The person pulling the trigger is so much more harmed than the person getting shot, even though I know that sounds crazy. It's like committing the act is just so damaging. And we don't think about that shit. We think, oh, you break in here, I'm going to kill you. But like, you're going to have a fucking lifetime, right? Dude, banning someone. Dude, so the thing about this, McGibbs, because I know you're on a burner account. But here's the deal, guys. Like, you ready? This is my chat. And I get to decide what kind of energy is in this chat. And so if you bring energy, it's only if you bring energy that I don't like, I hide you, because I have a right to have a chat that's filled with my kind of energy. And if that bothers you, then what I suggest, instead of you coming in here and saying, oh, I don't have a right to moderate my chat. Oh, I do. It's called consent. I have a right to decide who and what is put in my fucking space. And if I don't like your energy, I will remove you forever. I hide your messages, no more. And I have that right. It's called consent. And my thing is if you have a problem when other people exercise consent, you should go get some fucking help. Because I tell you what, if I go somewhere and I get removed from the chat because they don't like my energy, I don't fucking chase them around demanding, how dare you remove me? I just move on because that's what consent is. If I don't consent to you being here, you should respect that and not come in on a burner with some other thing to say because you have a consent issue and you should fix that shit. That's a problem. All right. You should respect people's boundaries. All right. And I have no apologies for that. And if you want to call me like not punk or you want to call me fucking whatever, I'm not man enough for you. Like, I don't care. Right. I am very manly and I am very punk and I do what I like. Thank you very much. And I'm not going to be shamed for it. But I will say this. When somebody asks you to leave, the thing to do is to just leave and not like abuse their boundaries of consent. You know what I mean? Right? Used to unmoderated chats. Oh, yeah. No, I know. I mean, a lot of people leave unmoderated chats, right? Already used enough energy on him, but this energy isn't about him, right? JJ, this energy isn't about him. Talking about consent and affirming consent is not about the person, right? Don't turn it into that. It's about all of us. I think being reminded of what consent is and how important it is and putting the energy out in the world, you know what I'm saying? Like is important because this isn't even about the troll. This is about all of us because that troll was like that person is like inconsequential, but we have a real problem in America with consent. We do. You know what I'm saying? We fucking do. I mean, this is what fascism is, right? Fascism is about like erasing consent, you know what I'm saying? The troll culture is fucked up. I mean, guys, you know, what's interesting about it is like, I think the troll culture is not all that different than it was when I was a kid. But you know what the difference is, guys? The difference is local, okay? Like when I was younger, the trolls were the same. They were out there. It's just you only felt it locally. So it played out in their families, with their siblings, with their parents, at their teachers, in their neighborhood. It was all locally felt. But now a local person can sit in their room and get on the internet and they can take their trolling internationally, right? Remember that energy field I was talking about? It's just now you can spread your troll much further and you can do it without taking a punch and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it really feels like the same. It's just they have bigger reach now. Dude, there's a lot of bots too. Dude, fascism is removal of consent. It really is, man. I shit you not. It's like if you look at, that's why Donald Trump is a rapist and he's a fascist, because to him, he doesn't care about consent. Consent is not part of his thing, right? He like fascists believe that you don't have to give consent to what they decide to do with you. It sucks, bro. There's a lot of doxing. Dude, the doxing shit is bad, man. You know, I don't like that shit. But this guy, man, this guy's a fucking hero, and he's a Muslim, dude. You know what I'm saying? And that was the thing that really bothered me, guys, was that the only talk of Muslims was about the attack. Okay? You know what I'm saying? The talk was about the attack, but not about the hero also being a Muslim. And I think it's important that we remember that shit. Dude, I mean, look at this, dude. This is so true, right? Because look at this. Look at this guy, dude. This guy, Mike Davis, this guy is such a fucking troll. Look at what he says. He says, this guy, after the attack in Australia, says, fuck you, Zoran. You have called for the mass murder of Jews for many years. You're a subversive, destructive Islamist. You hate America. Go to hell. But like, dude, that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not true. And if you look at Zoran, he had the support of a lot of like deeply religious Jewish groups there, right? He's simply not going to engage in Islamophobia either, all right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just it, right? Like, Zoran he's not going to get into that globalize the intifada shit because he's not going to engage in Islamophobia. And he's not going to throw, like, you know what I mean? Because even with the people, okay, even if you look at, like, going Hamas and Israel and Gaza, right, and the genocide and all that shit, there are, like, wounds on both sides of that conflict where both sides feel like the other side is the terrorist and they are the righteous ones. And both sides probably have a little bit of ammunition to think that way, right? And then it's a huge spectrum of like, well, no, they're way out of line, or no, they're way out of line. But the problem is when you have the oppressor and you have the oppressed, there will be rebellion, and it will be oftentimes violent. And so unfortunately, you add that into power and money and extremism and people with mental illness getting radicalized online, and all kinds of crazy shit can happen. But the problem is oppression creates violence, and sometimes people feel like it's excusable. You know, I mean, I have said this. I have said how, like, you know, if the government oppresses you, sometimes there's property damage that results. And I don't automatically condemn property damage that happens after oppression occurs, right? If there's like a riot or, you know, some type of unrest that damages some property, because sometimes if there's oppression, you know, instead of hurting people physically and causing, you know, physical violence, they might take it out on a building, right? And like, but that's a sign. That's not the sign that the people who spray painted the building or set the building on fire or smash the windows, they're not evil, damaged people necessarily. They might be damaged, but it's a sign that there's oppression. And it's a sign, you know, like, for example, the half brother who sexually abused me, he had a lot of signs of shit, behaviors he did that my parents never saw. They never saw the behaviors. And eventually what happened was, not only did he sexually abuse me, but then he went on to break into a Shopko, and then he stole a snowmobile, and then they bought him a mini bike, and then he went out and stole a motorcycle. But when they bought him a mini bike to try and make him feel good, and he went out the next day as a 14-year-old and stole a fucking police motorcycle and raced down to fucking Delavan and shit and had to be commandeered by the fucking, you know, multiple police cars. That was a sign that he was like deeply troubled. But he was looked at as like, oh, he's just rebellious. And oh, we gave him a mini bike and he stole a motorcycle. What an ungrateful kid. But no, it was a sign that like he was reacting poorly to abuse he had experienced and the oppression from my father. And, you know, I don't know, dude. I just think this shit is not as simple as evil. But like, guys, look at this, dude. Look at this sidebar, guys. Can I just show you the sidebar? Like, look at this sidebar, guys. Rob Reiner and wife found dead in Brentwood home. Homicide. Murdered perhaps by their own son. Stabbed to death. A shooting at Brown University. Killing 2 students. Okay? And then gunmen kill 15 at a Hanukkah beach event. So we've got like an anti-Semitic ideology killing. We've got another school shooting in a country that has way too many school shootings. And like, you know, in a country that's filled with religious tensions, and there was political violence against the Hortmans and then Charlie Kirk, and now everybody's ramping this shit up, trying to say, ooh, left wing, wait, right wing, all this crazy like violence, and we're so like polarized and aggressive here in America. And then we have the family unit. You know, we got family, political, religious ideology. Like, my God, all 3 of them staring at us. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, we're looking at, like, man, oppression. We got to fucking, you know, this is a lot. I mean, I've not even looked into these individual events yet. And we're not even going to get to that tonight because, you know, we delved deeply into the Rob Reiner, and I guess I'm going to do like a broad video about this, but like, for me, guys, I think it's going to take me a little while to process all of these. You know what I'm saying? Right? There's like, because we know that this shit is going to be weaponized, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, already with the Brown University, I saw them talking about how it was a young Republican woman. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They were like, oh, left-wing violence. I mean, they're desperately trying to make a plea for left-wing violence or Muslim violence here in America so they can do fascism. But yeah, dude, the one in Sydney was a targeted anti-Semitic attack. Absolutely, by that father and son. I don't know a lot about it. We'll look into this more tomorrow. Today's video is probably going to just be broad. I have to say this, guys. I'm overwhelmed, okay? I'm overwhelmed, and the Rob Reiner one hit me the most locally, I think, because of obviously growing up in LA and because Rob Reiner was such a part of my activism that I didn't even realize. But I'm telling you this, we're not going to be able to pray this shit away, and we're not going to be able to Islamophobia this shit away or pass laws restricting Muslims, right? Like if we try to take it out on all Muslims for the case of, you know, some of these like bad Muslims, or if we take it out on all Jewish people for Benjamin Netanyahu, or we take it out on all fucking MAGA for the guy that killed Melissa Hortman, or we take it all out on whoever killed Charlie Kirk, we still don't know, the Mormons or whatever, like, we're not going to solve any of the problems. Because the problem is we have capitalism, okay? We have capitalism that is just fucking out of control. You know what I'm saying? That is just harming people like really, really badly. You know what I'm saying? We do. We have capitalism that's like way out of control, guys. And there's a lot of oppression. Dude, is there somebody else that needs to be removed? We'll get rid of them. Right. Yeah. No. Right. I mean, guys, with that person, I'm sorry. I think I had a fucking top chat on, so I didn't really see them. I didn't notice them in my little secondary chat. But like, you know, I don't worry about that too much. I'm telling you this, guys. Let me just tell you, I'm just going to say this. So yesterday, there's a black woman who I guess is a right-wing influencer of some sort. I had never heard of her, but she made some comments about Charlie Kirk, and I challenged her about Charlie Kirk, and she then started like ratioing me because she had more followers, but she had a rabid, like she stayed on me kind of all day. You know why? Because there was so much activity, but you know why? So she and the Charlie Kirk people are some gamers that knew me from Fortnite. So what happened was when I interact with this woman and she interacted with me and then like ratioed me, a whole bunch of her gamer following started interacting and just leaving hundreds of comments and saying shit like you should have stuck to Fortnite. And these are all the people that like hated me because I stood up to Andrew Tate. They hated me because I was a woke gamer that was more successful than any of the incel gamers. And so they just hated me from the beginning. Now, a lot of these gamers then got into my messages and were sending me F-slur and other nasty death threats and shit in my DMs. And so what's crazy about this is some of those gamer types that have been nursed a resentment for me all the way back to 2020 when I started blowing up. When I interact with the Charlie Kirk people, some of them are going to come in here and they have some like, I just trigger them in some ginormous fucking way. And I think it's because like I don't play into their powerless games or whatever. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I trigger them so much. Maybe because I'm unaffected by their rage and I refuse to buy into their shit. Like they just can't slow me down. And you want to see me game? Well, you're going to see it because I said when we got to 500 viewer average, I was going to stream, and I did get my old handle back on Twitch. So I will be streaming gaming every once in a while on Twitch coming up soon, like once a week or once a month or twice a month or whatever. I'll post it in Discord when that happens, so you'll be able to come by. The chats are very different. It's like, it's pretty gnarly, but I am going to dip back into that. But so I guess the point being that like I had some interaction recently that delved into that gamer thing. So I think we might have some of that gamer residual trolling. And you know what it is though, guys, is some of it is my vulnerability. Okay. Like I put out my vulnerability about like the sexual abuse and the sociopathic father, and I talk about my therapy and I talk about healing that generational trauma. And I have that vulnerability, but I am also strong as fucking iron. And I think to the people that refuse to be vulnerable and they idolize themselves about how, hey, you gotta be strong. They hate my vulnerability. My dad hated my vulnerability because he saw it as weakness, but he was the weak one. You know what I mean? Like my vulnerability is my strength. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? My vulnerability is my strength. And that drives those stalkers wild. And guys, I have a couple stalkers. I do. I have some people that just create account after account after account. They're so triggered by me. But that's just life. You know, you're going to have that. You know, I'm not really bothered by it. I keep moving, dude. We keep going, baby. All right, dude, it's dance time now, though. I'm going to go make some videos. But, dude, I'm telling you, though, these fucking gamer stalkers, they got heavily activated. And guys, I shit you not. I have some people that literally still to this day, I left gaming a couple years ago, that still are making new accounts. Like, and on Twitter and shit, I just block them or I mute them so I can't fucking see it. I mean, I don't really put too much stock into it because I realize they just are going to do it. You know, I don't know what their thing is and I don't really care. It's just, you know, it's just part of life. You know, we all have stalkers, right? Dude, I have a lot. And some of them though, guys, were very, like, they hated me as a gamer, and then they hated me more when I quit gaming, And now that I'm becoming successful in politics, they're going to fucking feed in now. They're going to start coming back because they're like, oh shit, I rejected them. And now I'm even becoming even more successful at politics than I was at gaming. Like, my God, my social media I'm getting like social media reach like I never got with gaming. Like, I found my home with you guys here in the political community. You know what I mean? Let's go, baby. Oh, we're just getting started too. So don't let them bother you. You know what I mean? Don't let them bother you. I have accepted that this is just part and parcel. And like, but you know, when I was studying Vipassana, there's a thing that Goenka, he passed away, but the guy who taught Vipassana when I was doing it was SN Goenka, I think. I think SN were his initials. But so there was a whole thing on like day 6, and it was about not taking the gift. And I want to leave you guys with this, guys, because this was like, man, this was life-changing for me. But what he said is that people that are in great pain, people that are filled with great negativity, or they're flailing, or they're unhappy, or they're lashing out at you, they come with a present, and they want you to open the gift. They want you to take the gift. And often the gift is they're going to try to scare you into that they're going to get you banned, or they're going to hurt you, or that they're going to fucking show up at your house, or they're going to threaten your life, or they try to harm you with names, or they attack your hairline, or they look for a physical feature or some type of weakness. But what they are, guys, is they come with a gift that they want you to open. And like, but you don't have to take it. You can just set it down on the ground and you can just leave it there. And you can interact with them or not interact with them or whatever. You're not perfect. We don't deal with these things perfectly. But at the end of the day, they try to like get into your psyche, and they try to like pollute your thinking and to dim your light. And what I do when that happens is I fucking turn my light up, right? I'm going to shine. And if you hate me for my vulnerability, I'm going to be more vulnerable, and I'm going to be more open, and I'm going to be louder. You try to silence my voice, I will become louder. You try to dim my light, I will become brighter, right? You know? And that's my philosophy. I will not take their gift. I will not, right? And in fact, I'll take their toxicity and I'll inspire others to turn brighter too. Like, turn the light up, dude, right? Always. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm just not afraid, you know? I'm not afraid. I will not live afraid, and I will not be deterred by people who try to like turn my light down. It's just not going to happen. Dude, we need some light emojis. All right. And now, speaking of light, now we're going to fucking dance. All right. You ready? Are you ready? I'm ready to dance, baby. Then I'm going to go make some videos. All right, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get edit mode going. Dude, let's go, Proud Liberal. Dude, guys, we are definitely building something, though. Like, we keep growing, dude. We are definitely building something very cool. We are something very, very cool. And I want to thank you guys for being here. And I know that ours is a little different, right? I know we cover less straight up news, and we cover a little more of that interpersonal vulnerability shit and talking about shining our light. But like, guys, that's just the way it's always going to be with me, right? Because I'm an artist, and I'm here to like experience all the energy, even the bad stuff, and to channel it into like beauty and compassion and fucking hope and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And like, and that's never going to change, man. I'm not just reading news reports. I mean, I am here to like put energy into the world, baby. All right, let's go. Oh, dude, it's time to stretch. Oh. Dude, I had so many, yesterday, I had so many people in my DMs like saying horrible things yesterday, dude, right? Oh, Park Rose, dude, yeah, we're in the same city, right? I had so many horrible things like yesterday, but it's weird though, because it really didn't fucking stress me out, man. I don't know why. It's just, I feel like, I don't know, we got each other. And I have a really good support system here. And I have a good mental health regimen. I got a great body worker, right? Some streams are more reporting. Yeah, no, they absolutely are. I think tonight got triggered by the Rob Reiner thing, right? Rob Reiner was pretty fucking special to me. And I didn't even realize it until he was gone. He was special to me as a kid, right? Like, I wouldn't have even told you that if you had asked me about him like a month ago, but like after he died and I did some introspection, I realized that a lot of my early activism was formed because of like Rob Reiner's character on All in the Family. He had a profound effect on me. And then some of those movies too. I know Ron Howard is another one, like Ron Howard from Happy Days. And like watching Happy Days and then Ron Howard's movies when he went on to become a director, some of these, like I was a TV brat, okay? And some of those TV characters just had profound effects on who I became, inspired me to stand up and fight for shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh. Right? Oh. All right, you guys ready? Dude, keep this going. Dude, let's go. We're going, guys. No breaks. All right, all fucking pedal to the metal, no breaks. I tell you this, guys, I guarantee you we are going to survive the Trump years. Not only are we going to survive the Trump years, but we are going to come out better than we went in, guys. Okay? We're going to go through some shit, but we are going to come out more resolved, with more ability to be vulnerable under pressure. We are going to come out with a tighter knit community. We are going to come out with a more focused sense of purpose. We are going to come out feeling more empowered to continue making the world a fucking better, more compassionate place to be. And that's it. Those are facts. Okay. And it's not going to be pain-free, and it's not going to be, like not stressful. It's going to be very stressful. And it's going to a lot of times look bleak, like we're never going to get out of this. But trust me when I say I've gotten out a lot worse than Donald fucking Trump, okay? I have survived a lot worse trauma than fucking Donald fucking nepotism motherfucker Trump. Fuck him, bro. That guy, no way, dude. There's no way that motherfucker's going to break me, or Pete Hegseth, or any of these fucking clowns. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Dude, give me a fucking break, baby. You ready? Oh, let's go. Oh, let's fucking go. Woo. Oh, Trumpy. All right, let's get it. Time for a little deja vu. Oh.
But I've known, been here before. Yeah, I do feels a bit holy, notion that I will make it out somehow.
Oh, that was crazy. Don't you know there is nothing I won't do for you? All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ooh, it looks like we have You're on Blue coming up, which is actually a pretty crazy song, right? You're on Blue is actually about how sometimes it's hard for people to notice that you're hurting, especially if you take all your hurt and sort of turn them into this person that nobody can see you're hurting. And that's something I always struggled with, is sometimes people don't know when I'm hurt because I'm so busy carrying everybody else's hurt. And it gets a little tricky sometimes. All right? Thank you, guys. We appreciate you. You're fucking beautiful. I will see you tomorrow. Take care of those heads, all right? We're gonna go out with You're on Blue. I love you guys. Good night. Looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus. You're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention. Are you joking? I need some attention, and nothing's working to change your direction. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. You hold my hand. Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you're confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah.
looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. And every bruise looks good on you. Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Radiant in my world. Radiant. Hey, I'm gonna no. Woo! I can't pretend. No. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Freedom.